Is that coming through? Okay. I think Tony's ready to go.
Yes, everybody's ready? We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the council meeting this evening.
Roll call, Madam President.
Mr. Bacamino?
Present.
Ms. Comartin?
Present.
Mr. Green?
Here.
Mr. Liss?
Here.
Mr. Sadowski?
Here.
Mr. Stevens?
Present.
Ms. Vogt?
I am here.
Mr. Warner?
Here.
Camp present.
Adoption of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Green,
Support.
support by Mr. Sadowski. Any discussion regarding the consent agenda? I do have a correction to item 4I. I apologize, I should have pulled that out, but it's a correction on the date.
Hearing date.
Yeah, at the very bottom of the cover letter that we received, it says to put this on the regular meeting of October 11th, when we're actually setting it for the 25th. I just want to make sure that that correction was, as far as our backup shows, it says the 11th, but it's actually the 25th as stated on the council agenda.
Okay.
On item 4N, I would like council to consider amending that just to say not to exceed $20,000.
I support that.
And I would like to pull item O to the regular agenda. Mr.
Agree to those changes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes, that's fine.
If there's no other discussion, I'll go ahead and call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 5, adoption of the agenda. A motion to approve with discussion.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski. And was that support by Mr. Green? Discussion, Mr. Sadowski.
Madam Chair and council members, item 19E2, it says for a period of October 2011 through September 30th, 3012. That should be 2012. You would make that correction. It's not going to be a 1,001-year contract, just a one. Assistant Council Secretary Scott Stevens has asked to have an item added. It should be in front of you. This is directing a resolution to the Michigan House of Representatives and the State Senate to support veterans designation on driver's license. That will be 23A. Councilwoman Camp has asked to have the DTE smart meters resolution to the Michigan Public Service Commission on the agenda. That will be 23B as in boy. And then Mr. Liss has an item here that he'd like to add. This is regarding call a ride for liquor establishments. That will be 23C. And then the item Council President Camp has removed from the consent agenda will be 19M. And Assistant Council Secretary Stevens has also brought it to my attention that we have Commissioner Green here for an item at the beginning of the agenda, as well as an item at the end of the agenda. Scott, what item was that you were talking about
That's
moving?
19F. It's the execution of the Motorola Sprint rebanding.
Okay. I'm going to do something just a little bit different. I'll make it 18A, because it'll go right after the, is that way,
What item?
We're
was
moving
that?
19F to 18A?
18A.
Okay. Mr. Green, do you support those amendments?
Yes.
Any other discussion from council members? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Barkamino?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Never mind. We'll take care of it.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Vogt?
I was looking for backup on your item. Did we have any?
It was provided at the table here, and we were also given an email ahead of time. I don't know if we have an additional
The
copy.
city attorney's letter?
Yes.
I didn't realize that was your item. Thank you.
Next agenda item.
Next agenda item is approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of September 27th, 2011.
Need a motion and support?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Warner,
Support.
support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion regarding the minutes? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Barkamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 7, approval of the bills.
Need a motion and support on the approval of the bills?
So moved.
Support with discussion, Madam Chair.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Ms. Comartin. Discussion, Ms. Comartin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the backup that I received from the Controller's Office and would like to check number 511243. That check is for $59,406.98. That is to ABC Paving Company. I would like to just table that to 19C1 on our agenda due to the fact that there are some items that are on here that go for item 19C. So we've got 19C is, we've got some bills in here that are being paid. So council has not voted on that yet, and I prefer to have that after the item.
What's the check number?
And the check number is 511243. Amount is $59,406.98, and that is to ABC.
I have a motion to table check number 511243.
Support.
Motion by Comartin, support by Ms. Vogt. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The table has been, the check has been tabled to item 19C1.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are you completed with all your discussion?
Yes, I am.
Right.
All my other questions were, one was answered in regards to the transfers, and I just spoke to Jerry Green beforehand, so thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion regarding the list of bills? Ms. Vogt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Malisak.
Good evening, Council.
Thank you for getting the backup to me this afternoon. I apologize that my request was not as early as you would like it, but still well before the meeting. The check to Macomb County Finance for $15,801.85, check number 510995. What, can you tell me, what were the radio charges?
Both those charges are for our fire and our police. We have some emergency, our emergency ban through the county is through that, and it's for the month of August 2011.
Okay. I just didn't know what the radio charges were. Check number 511087 to Gordon Food Services. It's only $99.20, but it's for party room banquet supply. I didn't realize we had a party room and banquet room at City Hall.
Yeah, no, we don't. That description was incorrect. What it was for the spring water, and products for drinks, and also some sandwich bags for the college fair that we had.
For the college fair. I'm not sure the dates match up there.
I'm sorry?
It's the college fair. What was the date of the college fair? I know I had it here.
September 22nd. And those were September 19th.
Okay. All right, finally, the petty cash for the mayor's office, check 511014. Seems to be a whole lot of greeting cards. Do you know what those are for?
The greeting cards?
Greeting cards.
I can't speak specifically to who they went to, but I'm sure they're probably thank you cards or other cards like that, yeah.
Wouldn't that be more of a personal expense for whomever needed to send them out? I mean, there's a lot of greeting cards.
Right. No, I mean, this is a line item that is in the budget, and they did have, that along with other miscellaneous things like poster boards, et cetera, for get paid out of the petty cash.
Well, I understand, but it seems like it would be more of a personal expense for whomever needed to send out thank you cards.
On behalf of the city, I believe these are on behalf of the city, and that's what the thank you notes are for.
It's a lot of thank you notes. I mean, it's not a lot of money, but it just seems like it'd be more of a personal thing if you were sending out thank you cards. I don't know what the city would be sending out thank you cards. I would think it would be a letter of thanks as opposed to a 50-cent greeting card. Just seems a little tacky, maybe? I don't know. All right. Well, I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Greeting card.
Any other comments from council members? Seeing or hearing none, I'll go ahead and call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
No.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed 8-1.
Item number 8, approval of the building authority checks, meeting of October 4, 2011.
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Ms. Comartin. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
No.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed 8-1.
Item number 9, announcements.
Any members of council this evening with announcements?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Warner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Saturday, October 22nd is the annual Harvest Fest. Previously, this was a separate event from the Trunk and Treat, but the Parks and Rec Department decided to incorporate both of them together to make it an all-day affair. The Harvest Day starts at 12 o'clock. with free pumpkins. It has a petting farm, hay rides, pedal tractor pull. They have pumpkin photos from 3 till 5, junior firefighter challenge. They have a mechanical bull, and from 6 to 7 is the trunk and treat. We urge you to come early. This is always a fantastic event. It's held in the parking structure. They're asking that one guardian per group show a valid driver's license because this is open to Warren residents only. It's a great opportunity for the kids to come out and have some fun. And again, that's Saturday, October 22nd. And also, the department is suggesting and requesting that you bring a package of diapers for the needy for small children with every group that comes in. So again, we hope to see you there on Saturday, October 22nd. And excuse me, it's from 2 to 7. I said 12. It starts at 2 o'clock, and hope to see you there.
Any other announcements from council members?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Sadowski, then Ms. Vogt.
I wanted to congratulate the American Polish Century Club. I'm a member of the club, and they were voted, I believe it was #1 Polish restaurant in the Metro Detroit area. And if anybody has had an opportunity to eat there, I certainly would, probably agree with. I don't know if it was Channel 4 that had posted it, but the foods there is wonderful. I know always during Lent they have a great fish fry. So if you get an opportunity and looking for a good meal, go over to the Century Club, or if you're looking to host a banquet over there, their food there is phenomenal. So congratulations to them being voted #1 Polish restaurant. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would ask for a moment of silence for a very dear, sweet lady. Irene Moore passed away this week. Irene was very active with the Warren Centerline Senior Connection, and she served for many, many, many years on our Beautification Commission. And condolences to her family, and she will be very sorely missed.
A moment of silence for Irene Moore. Thank you. Our condolences to her family. That is sad. I had not heard that.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that. Any other announcements from council members? I would like to ask that we honor a moment of silence in remembrance of Christopher Wooters. Today marks the 10th anniversary from the time when he gave his life in the line of duty. It was October 11th at 6:05 p.m. 2001. And today, and as they do every year, at 6:05 p.m. at the police department, they held a 21-gun salute. And I would like to ask that we honor a moment of silence in memoriam for Christopher M. Wooters. Thank you.
Next agenda item is number 10, a presentation by the Detroit Institute of Arts.
Good evening. Glad you could be here.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Good evening, audience. My name is Anne Marie Erickson. I am the Chief Operating Officer at the Detroit Institute of Arts. And although I am not a Warren resident, I did bring my favorite Warren resident with me tonight, my mother, Virginia Reck. And we had a lovely dinner at Andiamo's. Maybe next time we'll do Polish at the Polish Century Club. Thank you very much, Council and the wonderful staff of the city and the residents of the city for welcoming the DIA's Inside Out Art project into your community. This is a project that we are doing as community outreach in communities throughout Southeast Michigan, mainly in the 4-county area that surrounds Detroit, Macomb, Oakland, Wayne, and Washtenaw counties. And we are doing this completely free of charge to the communities because what we would like to do is use your outdoor spaces to remind your residents that the DIA is a resource for them, not only for school children on field trips, but for adults and families and people of all ages. As part of what we're doing, we're putting reproduction works of art up in communities. Warren is part of this sweep. We've done 2 sweeps, one earlier this summer, one through the fall. Those works are scattered throughout your community. You saw one right at the door of the city center, or the community center as you came in. There's a couple at City Hall. There's one at Buddy's Pizza on 13 and Van Dyke. They're kind of scattered throughout. So we hope that you see them, you're surprised, you're delighted. And we also hope that you will come to the museum to see the actual works of art and to help facilitate that in addition to our everyday low prices, because we only charge $8 admission for adults, $4 for kids and seniors. But for the City of Warren, to thank you for hosting our Inside Out project, we are offering a free day for all Warren residents. You can come in on Sunday, October 23rd, show your driver's license, and bring yourself and 3 of your closest friends or family members to the museum. We hope that you will take that opportunity to look at these reproduction works of art and come see the actual works of art in the building. Sundays, we also have wonderful programs for children. We generally have puppets or family performances at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We have music on Sundays in Kresge Court, which is a beautiful space, at 1 and 3 o'clock. And we really hope that you and your residents will take advantage of this, and we thank you again for welcoming us into your community. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Any members of council with questions?
Just
No.
thank you very
Yes,
much.
thank
Thank
you.
you.
Wish you success on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next agenda item is number 11, a public hearing to receive comments on moving the audience participation towards the beginning of the council agenda.
Item number 11 is a public hearing. Council members voted to put this item on the agenda so that we could get input from members of the audience on how they'd like to see audience participation conducted in the future. Anyone that'd like to address the council may do so at this time. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm going to start off by saying I'm against only having it at the beginning. Because how do I know you're going to vote in different items? Then I want to bitch or say something about it at the end of the audience. I have a suggestion. Give Mary Camp, or the next president, who I hope is Mary Camp, a heavy gavel, have a 3-minute limit in the first part of the meeting, and a 3-minute limit in the last part of the meeting. That way, like I say, if you vote on an item and at the beginning of the meeting, how do I know how you're going to vote?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening. This is kind of unusual this early in the evening. I think if you're going to entertain the opportunity of having 2 different times for audience to participate, the first one should strictly pertain to agenda items, but I absolutely believe the last thing that should happen in these council meetings is audience participation. You guys discuss items after audience participation all the time. I think that is absolutely inappropriate, and I would almost want somebody to research and find out if that's even legal. I would think there's a possibility it's a violation of the Open Meetings Act. But I don't think there's anything that you guys do here that the audience should not have an opportunity to comment on. Just my opinion. It's just really a shady operation.
Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening. Dick Furman, resident of the city of Warren. I support the idea of having the audience participation in the beginning. I think it's a good idea, but I think it needs to follow the public hearing. not be ahead of it. Because as somebody mentioned at one of the meetings, some folks come in for a public hearing and they have a lawyer or an architect or a consultant, and these guys are on the clock. So, you know, the residents are paying for their time, and I don't think it's right that they should be penalized financially for a delay because of audience participation. So I'd suggest that the audience participation be the next agenda item following the public hearings. And this would accomplish a couple of things. It would give the audience, the residents, an opportunity to discuss items that will be brought up during the council meeting and either accepted or passed on. So it'll give them an opportunity to offer their views and their input on it. And the second one would be if, you know, someone may have a good idea or something that they feel all the residents here and at home want to hear. And if it's earlier in the meeting, they've got a wide awake and aware audience to speak to, because at the end of the meeting, a lot of the folks at home have long gone to bed, and a few of them here have left. A second meeting at the end, I'm not so sure I support that. I guess that's up to you, but you know, I agree if that should happen, then time limits should be set on either end or one end or the other. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of council, city attorney, Henry Kristofchuk. I have no objection what you do with the audience participation, as long as you follow the Public Act. MCL 15-262 is quite clear. And you come into 263, subsection 5. That's quite clear. But what is happening here is a vast majority of you people don't understand the Open Meeting Act. It's transparency. When you start juggling with it for your convenience as circumventing the Open Meeting Act, I don't think you're giving the residents a fair shot. I'm very disappointed in the city attorney's department. We have two commissions that violate the Open Meeting Act, yet the city attorney's department is silent. One is the DDA, that has the audience participation at the beginning of the meeting, which is counter to what the Open Meeting Act advocates. And believe it or not, your commission, Zoning Board of Appeals, does not have an open meeting, does not have audience participation. It simply has public hearings. Too many times I've heard, and I had residents call me, that they sit in the audience, but they do not have a right to challenge or discuss what the Zoning Board of Appeals has passed, because there's no audience participation. And on the public hearings, you're allowed only to address that hearing. Now, if you look at your agenda, and if you understand the Open Meeting Act, you're in violation here, where it says approval of the bills and approval of the billing authority checks does not belong in that sequence. It's either at the end of the meeting, or it's at the beginning, after the audience after the public hearings. Those are violations. But to move the audience participation, similar as you have done, the Attorney's Department has condoned, the DDA is just violating the act. In other words, you don't want to hear from the people. And yet this is our government, transparency. We have a right, and incidentally, I'm going to bring in an article, an MCL, what discusses the difference between a personal attack and criticizing the elected officials for a job performance. There seems to be a cloud there. What a personal attack is. Personal attack is Mr. Warner, I don't like your wig. That's personal. I don't like your tie. I don't like your glasses. However, it's perfectly allowable. Mr. Scott Stevens, I don't agree the way you voted. You're biased. It's one-sided. It seems that your votes are scripted. Those are job performance criticisms. There's a difference what a personal attack is. So now this body, which I'm really perplexed, is not going to take any action on this until the next council. Isn't it like putting the cart before the horse? I mean, why are we holding this meeting? You're not going to take any action on it? Unless the deck is stacked and all of you plan on being reelected without election or something. It's a possibility, it's only my opinion. So why are we going through this fruitless exercise? Let's go by the Public Act 267 of 1976. Let's adhere to it. Let's force the City Attorney's Department just to give you a lineup according to the Public Act. Not a helter-skelter city as we have here. And that's where the problem is, the hard feelings are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening. John Holton, 2392 Barclay Avenue, Shelby Township, Michigan. As you know, we travel all around the state trying to go ahead, talk to different councils, township, city, everywhere. In some places, Detroit gave us 1 minute to speak, 1 whole minute. Now, in some townships, we're there waiting, we expect 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and they're letting us go on and on. And if I would have known I would have had 15 or 20 minutes to speak, I would have poured my heart out, okay? The difference is, we really don't know what is on the agenda. You know, to come here, some cities have it before and after, 3 minutes or 5 minutes before and after. I could come here, if you have it before, and I can give you something like this for you to go ahead to look at and glance at until it comes up on your agenda. If I could have the 3 minutes, 5 minutes before, I can give you information. And then when you bring it up on the agenda to discuss it, I'll know you had an opportunity to look at it. 298,000 firemen signed on to this about the RF and EMF. The same thing we talk about all the time, 298,000. But if it's not able to get to you before you talk about it, how are you gonna know? I'm gonna wait till 1 o'clock in the morning after you guys all tired on out and we're all at the end of our wits, okay, to try to give you some information that you might wanna vote on during the council meeting. It's important that you let the public be able to speak and address the issues. 3 minutes before and 3 minutes after sounds good, because some of us have important stuff. The one gentleman said that lawyers get paid a lot of money to come here, and we should all cut some slack. How about the guys that have to work tomorrow, the regular Joes, that stay here till 1 o'clock in the morning because they feel their opinion as a citizen of Warren is important enough to hang around to 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning just to go ahead and get their 3 minutes in here to hope that you'll do something that they found interesting enough on your agenda or to the people. So you have it on both sides. The 3 minutes before and the 3 minutes after would work immensely for the people who just want to go ahead and participate in your city and get the information out there. It's really critical that you go ahead and let the people participate. And that's what it's all about. That's why they elect you over and over again, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening, Council. You know, this agenda item says to receive comments, doesn't mean that you're going to make the decision right this minute.
Correct.
And I really do agree that it should be after the public hearing, because if a resident or anybody else has an opinion, they're going to come up and say it anyway. The reason that I'm up here right now is that I would like to see this audience participation just to pertain to the council agenda, period, at the beginning, not my neighbor did this or whatever. You know, that comes at the end. But it is difficult to stay up between midnight and 2 a.m. to listen to audience participation. But there are probably occasions that maybe there is an agenda item that a resident or someone else might know information that you don't know, and it would be helpful for you to make your opinion or your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Good evening, Council. Tomas Bonner, resident of Warren. First, I guess I'll state what I would like to see. And that's basically an audience participation at the beginning and at the end, 3 minutes at the beginning, and like Sterling Heights does it, no limit at the end, as long as the discussion is pertaining to the city of Warren. Now, it's unfortunate that I have to do this, but I'm going to read you guys the legal opinion that you guys received regarding audience participation. City Council, City of Warren, in re, request for legal opinion related to audience participation. Dear Honorable Council members, you have requested a legal opinion regarding the following questions. 1. Can council meetings have 2 audience participation segments? And 2. Can council ask to limit themselves to either the first or the second comment, and if it would comply with the Open Meetings Act, state and federal Constitution, Article 1, Section 11, and Article 1 of the United States Constitution? Answer the first question. Section 3, subsection 1 of the Open Meetings Act authorizes public body to establish reasonable rules and regulations in order to minimize the possibility of disrupting the meeting. Further, Section 3, subsection 5 of the Open Meetings Act states in pertinent part, a person shall be permitted to address a meeting of the public body under rules established and recorded by the public body. In Legorsky versus Charter Township of Bridgeport, the Michigan Court of Appeals upheld the public body's right to establish and enforce rules regarding public comment. The court confirmed that procedural matters which may be established and limited by rule are control over the length of time a person may address a public meeting, designation of the time for public participation during a certain part of the agenda, and determining through reasonable rules whether the public shall address the public body at the beginning, middle, or end of its meeting. Therefore, a public body such as the City Council has the authority to establish a rule of procedure which provides for 2 audience participation segments, provided that the rule is formally established and recorded. Answer the second question. In Manning versus East Tawas, the Court of Appeals recognized that the purpose of the Open Meetings Act is to promote governmental accountability by facilitating public access to official decision-making and to provide a means through which the general public may better understand issues and decisions of public concern. This right of public access to official decision-making is not, however, unlimited, unfortunately. In fact, the Court of Appeals in Legorsky recognized limitations on public access as follows. Usually, the public's rights to attend a meeting of a public body is limited to the right to observe and hear the proceedings so that they may be informed of the manner in which decisions affecting them as citizens are made. For this reason, in granting to the public an additional right to address the public body, the legislature made this right subject to rules established and recorded by the public body. If you notice, that means you must have 1 audience participation during your meeting. Further, in Grison versus Township of Weber,
The plaintiffs claimed a violation of the Open Meetings Act where they were only allowed to address the board, quote, a little. And as such, they were not allowed to fully participate in the meeting. The court disagreed with the plaintiffs and held that the plaintiffs' limited opportunity to address the council did in fact comply with the act. Therefore, it is my opinion that a properly adopted rule of procedure established by the City Council, recorded and consistently applied, limiting a speaker to addressing the council at one open comment segment per meeting would not violate the Open Meetings Act. Further, you inquired into whether asking people to limit themselves would comply with the Michigan and United States Constitutions. The United States Supreme Court has identified 3 different forums where a public has a First Amendment right to be heard, each differing in how the government may limit the public's right to speak. Perry Education Association versus Perry Local Educators Association stated the following. They are: 1, a non-public forum which includes all public property not open to the general public, such as the city hall, the police station, etc. 2, the traditional public forum being public streets and public parks. And 3, the limited public forum created by government designations such as city council meetings, school board meetings, and all other board and commission meetings. In Michigan, the Home Rule City Act creates a governmentally designated limited public forum in local legislative meetings. The Home Rule City Act states that the business of the legislative body shall be conducted at an open meeting. Sometimes I have a feeling some of you guys don't follow that rule. Held in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. The Open Meetings Act creates a general public right to address public meetings of an agency within limits of the agency may prescribe by rule. Regulation of speech at a public forum is subject to reasonable time, place, and manner regulations. Regulations that the viewpoint neutral and reasonable in light of the purpose served by the forum are permissible. To be upheld, regulations must be unambiguous, objective, definite, and consistently applied. Courts have struck down policies and regulations that are not based on objective standards, that are not definite or give broad discretion to city officials because of the possibility of discriminatory application of the policy based on this viewpoint. Therefore, more subjective standards are used, the more likely the category will not meet the requirements of the First Amendment. Further, consistency in application is the hallmark of any policy or regulation. A regulation may be reasonable on its face. However, if in practice it is not enforced or exceptions are haphazardly permitted, it will not withstand constitutional scrutiny. Therefore, in order to comply with the Michigan and United States Constitutions, the rules of procedure for public comment must be unambiguous, objective, definite, and consistently applied. Asking people to limit themselves to either the first or second public comment is not a definite standard. Further, without a definite standard, there is a potential for exceptions to be haphazardly permitted. As a result, I would recommend modifying the standard to be definite and require consistent application. Signed, Nancy Cooper Green, Chief Assistant City Attorney. So you're probably wondering why I read that entire thing. Actually I read it for 2 reasons. One, because I know half of you guys do not read your attorney opinions. But secondly, because I pointed out a few things that may be of interest to you. Because currently we have an audience participation, and sometimes if you guys don't, or at least in previous councils, if someone didn't like what was being said, well, your time's up. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for an open and transparent government, and please provide that to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Schmidt, and I thank you for the opportunity for me to comment and say what I think. I think when people can talk before the meeting is advantage and disadvantage. The advantage would be for people who cannot stay up late, and they would be heard and can give their information on what the people think or what their views. I also want to point out, if somebody could speak for somebody else, could that be allowed to speak? And if somebody wants to give up their time to somebody else, you can address it. And if they have 3 minutes, and then if you have it written up in a way where another 3 minutes is given and they read whatever they want, can they represent somebody if they cannot speak? I would like to allow changes to be made, but if rules are to be followed, then if rules are broken, what are the consequences? Because we seem to break a lot of our own rules that's already on the books. And when we repeat them over and over again, and we're not reasonable about correcting them, because I believe mistakes are for a reason. A mistake is to have us correct it, make it so it's more workable, and we learn from it. So I think a mistake is a very positive thing if we look at it that way. So we can get more things done if we have the right attitude about how to fix something and go about it. So I'm hoping that we can come to a way that we can split up the time, make it so that majority of the people are saying, look we're going to be heard, but we have to follow the rules. We have so many rules on the books that some of us don't even know what they are, what they mean, and we need to all get educated. As I learn and go from different places and different cities and see how they run things, I get into education real quick. It's not what they know, it's who you know. And when you know who you know, they tell you and give you good advice. Okay? So I just want to make that very clear because, you know, we all are working together, but I find that some people work better together is because either their personality or they just get in there and they put asides. And I always say, sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. So if we put aside, if somebody says a smart comment to us, put it aside. Let that not interfere with our judgment and make us not talk and come to some kind of conclusion. Because our attitude gets in the way, we don't get nothing done, and we're back at it again, and we're constantly fighting. I always look at it and say, how do we get the bullies and all the cockamamie stories out of the agenda and stick to the issue and get down to business? So, thank you. And I hope I make good sense.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Karen Spranger. I do need assistance to show a chart on the overhead projector, please.
Okay. If someone from communications could come up, help with the overhead, please. She's coming down now.
Okay. Should I wait?
No, you can begin speaking.
Okay. I did some research at the library, and they had some really nice literature and books about for the people, by the people, how the state and local government operates. And it was very informative how important it is to really listen to the citizens, and what better way is it to come to a beautiful meeting, which is the city council meeting. When I first attended, I didn't feel welcomed. I didn't feel my voice made a difference, but I believed in something so passionately, and I didn't let it stop me from coming up and talking. I was very polite, I was informative, I presented 980 pages of documentations. I had a controversy on the smart meters. I've asked to put it on the agenda so that people could be educated, the citizens are warned. No response. In fact, I felt it was a no, but when you don't get a no in a written letter, I don't take it as a no. So I kept coming back, fighting for my rights as a citizen to speak at the city council meeting. And 3 minutes sometimes does not give justice to an issue that is very serious to the public. The health and safety of all citizens are number one. Public welfare is number two. 3 is the Constitution of the United States. We all have these in common. You are the legislative body. The attorney does his job, and the mayor does his job. That's 3 legislative bodies that sometimes are fighting each other. We don't get nothing done and accomplished. Now, are you ready? Okay.
it readable, audience? Okay. The top of the list is really we the people, the citizens. And I think we forget that when we have an important meeting that governs the city, because we live in the city. If 3 minutes doesn't do justice, especially if somebody has a good substance in their speech. And I do recognize that some people are better at public speaking than others, but the more you practice, the better you get at it. It says here, dear citizens, the idea of a democratic government is to often thwart the bureaucratic secrecy and unresponsible officials. Citizens frequently find it's difficult to discover what decisions are being made and what facts lies behind those decisions. The Michigan Freedom of Information Act, Public Act number 422 of 1976, established procedures to ensure every citizen's right to access to government documents. The Act establishes the right to inspect and receive copies of records to the state and local government bodies. The Open Meeting Act, Public Act 267 of 1976, protects your right to know what's going on in the government by opening to the full public view the processes by which elected and non-elected officials make decisions on your behalf. That's me, the citizens, and everyone here at the meeting. The guide to the Freedom of Information Act and the Open Meeting Act is designed to make it easier for citizens to keep track of what their government is doing. So if participation is beginning of the meeting, we can address what happened at the last council meeting, but I cannot address what happens today at the meeting. We keep it at the end, we could split it, but when I went to Selby Township, their meeting was very much different. They had the most democratic meeting where every time you said something or did an action on a motion, they asked if there was any comments from the audience. Some people got up, not even 2 minutes, 3 minutes, said a statement and sat back down. There's not a lot of people here on some occasions there are.
Thank you.
So 3 minutes, I think, is too short. 5 minutes is reasonable. 6 minutes is the tops for Clinton Township's meeting. Southfield and some other ones, if you pre-register ahead of time, you get to talk longer in 5 minutes. So Robert's Rules of Order was designed to participate on both sides of the fence, to suspend the rules in situations that are needed, to make motions properly, to hear the voice of the people, and when procedures are not followed by the secretary, to respond to the citizens who write a letter to the city council. I think there should be something done about the correspondence that doesn't get back to the citizens. So let's see what's all possible. We could take a vote. We could do this democratically. See how many people in the Citizens Award could vote on 5 minutes or longer. Then that way we really can hear from the 10% of the population. 6,000 people might even call us up. You could tally it real easy on the website. We have a beautiful website for the City of Warren. Think about it. But a public hearing, sometimes people don't come because they're afraid to speak. But they can speak another way. Writing a letter, talking to each council person, as I do. But the plan is, get something done. Hear what we have to say. If we have to fill out a form, then why don't you follow back on a form and tell us what you can do and you can't do. And let's move on with the issue, get it done, bury it, move on to the next issue. We can spend money, but we also can save money. But we can't save lives if we don't take the time to look at what we're doing, the planning stage, and you guys are the responsible legislative body that holds the power to make the difference for every citizen to exercise our right. Don't shut us out. Listen to what the good people said today. We care,
We live in the city. We're part of the city. We even have to vote for you guys. And I'm going to be proud of what Mary's done. I'm proud of what Donna's been doing. I'm proud of what some of the other city council people are doing. But let's get it right this time. Caring comes first, people's rights in the Constitution. Let us have more input, directly and indirectly. Think about that, and thank you.
Thank you. Final call, anyone care to comment? Good evening.
Hi, my name's Chris Pasternak. Good evening. The only thing I'd like to say is I don't care if you put it at the beginning, the middle, or the end. Speak at the beginning, speak at the end, speak at both. Doesn't really matter. You know why? Because everyone up there, almost everyone I should say, doesn't even pay attention to the audience. So what's the point? Getting up, walking around while people are talking, especially during a public hearing when you're supposed to be taking in information and listening. You're playing on your computers, looking at your phones, doing whatever you're doing, but not listening to the people who are trying to help you out, who are trying to tell you advice that you solicited, that you asked for, and you don't want to listen to them. I find that very disheartening. And I think it's a laugh in the face of every citizen that comes up here and speaks at the mic and you do not pay attention. We pay for you to be up there. We selected you to go up there. We expect you to listen to us. And when you don't, it's a joke. So it really doesn't matter what you do because you've already decided. So thanks.
All right, we'll close the public hearing.
Item number 12, a public hearing, appeal of determination of nuisance at 8045 Cadillac, garage only, and consideration and adoption of a resolution.
Item number 12 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Seeing or hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion to abate.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Barkamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 13, a public hearing, appeal of determination of nuisance at 23275 Cuttingham, vacant, dilapidated 1 1/4 story house with vinyl siding, piers and slab, garage, wooden fence, porch, and miscellaneous debris, and consideration and adoption of a resolution.
Item number 13 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Janet Spooner. I'm a resident of Cunningham, and I have been for 34 years. This house has been a burned-out eyesore for more than a year and a half. It has not been secured. It has been broken into. The roof is caving in. It is dangerous. We have rats. It's been vandalized. Nothing has been done. The owner has disappeared. Nobody has seen him. Stuff has reportedly been stolen. We had derelicts sleeping in it in the wintertime. This is a residential street with a lot of kids, little kids. They have to go past this house to go to and from the bus stop. It's taken a year and a half. How much longer are we going to have to wait before this house is torn down? It is an eyesore. This neighborhood works very hard to keep their homes up, their yards up, and their neighborhood up. Now we're looking at this. It is dilapidated. As I said, it has mold. It needs to be torn down, cleaned up. We have a right to our house values in a safe neighborhood. this needs to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to address agenda item number 13? Good evening.
Good evening. I'm actually a newbie to the neighborhood. We just moved in May, and we understood that the home that we're looking at tonight was actually had a fire a year and a half ago, and we figured something would be done by now. And of course, several months have gone by. We have noticed rats coming through the yard from that house. We have a dog, several people have dogs, and there's young kids out at dusk, even in the morning, we've seen the rats. It is a horrible eyesore, and I don't know if you'd be able to see, I did bring some photographs of the house when we sit on our back porch.
If you just want to wait there, can we have someone from communications turn on the overhead, please? And
would that go on those?
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll show up here.
Yeah. And can you state your name for the record,
Oh, yes,
please?
my name is Denise Albrecht.
Thank you.
I live 2 houses down.
Thank you.
And there is a picture actually showing when I sit on my back porch looking at the caved-in roof and the siding of the garage that's all peeling and the broken windows. Yeah, and we were concerned too because of the children.
Excuse me one second. Can you zoom in on the home one? I mean, you can see the garage pretty good, but I can't, the home one doesn't come out very clear.
Toward the bottom.
Which one?
It's the bottom one.
You can see the windows have been boarded up. There were people there a few weeks ago taking some of the heating elements out of the home. The police have been called several times because of the vandalism and squatters in the house. So we are very concerned of the safety and the well-being of the neighborhood. So we would ask that it is considered to be demolished as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Darlene Smith. I live north, next door to the house. The smell, the sights, the rats. It took us forever to get the lawns mowed. We were told it was coming down. There's pictures, signs saying uninhabitable. They've been there for a year. Nothing is still being done. As they say, I have a little dog that I can't let out. I have little grandchildren I can't let out even during the day. We mow our lawn and they'll just shoot right across. So yes, we would like it taken down as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Seeing or hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Open this up for council action.
Motion
to abate.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Stevens. I'm sorry, the support was Mr. Bacamino.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stevens?
Please go ahead.
I just wanted to say that, I sympathize with the people that live in these neighborhoods, but there is a process, and the city exercises due diligence in an effort not to violate anybody's rights. Either the homeowner, in this case, it actually turns out to be the bank because this person was bankruptcy, but we exercise due diligence not to harm anybody, and we beg your pardon for it taking so long, but we also don't want to welcome lawsuits against the city either, so you have to understand that aspect of it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. James, are you available? Excuse me.
Good evening, Council. Dean James, City Warren Building Department.
Thank you, Mr. James. Within our ordinance, don't we have the ability to expedite on certain cases with buildings such as this? I know that the process we're at right now, correct me if I'm wrong, now after we approve it, we have to wait a certain amount of time, then we can go out to bid for a demolition contractor.
Correct.
What's the shortest amount of time we can conduct that?
I really couldn't say because it's quite a process. Once nuisance hearings are established and declared, it goes to public service. We hold it 30 days at that point. In this case, it got held a little longer because there was some bankruptcy issues and some court action with the original owner. Approximately 30 days from there, it'll go to the legal department. The attorneys look it over, the clerk's department, and eventually it gets here to council.
Okay. But from this point on, what's the soonest
On
we
the
can get out
average,
to
I
bid?
would say we're looking at anywhere between 3 to 6 months to get this from start to go.
And we won't be able to do it in 3 to 6 months because we'll be in the snowy season.
This one here, I think once we've declared it with council that we'll expedite right away. Get some bids on it within probably 30 days.
Okay, so if we can expedite this, I think that would be, for the time frame this took with all the different nuances of the case, I think it would be in the residents, it would help the residents out a lot if we can get this done. In addition, this is a California company that owns the property now. What's our ability to attach any monies owed to them if they are an existing and operating company?
I really couldn't answer that. I'd have to go through the Public Service Division.
In addition to the motion we have to abate right now, can we attach to that, to the maker of the motion, to direct, I think it would be legal department to make sure we can, whatever we can do, cost recovery and attach to the California-based company that appears from the information we have to still be operating?
Mr. Stevens, do you agree
I
with that?
accept that motion, yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Absolutely.
And Mr. Green, I believe the portion you were looking for is we did pass where we can expedite within 21 days.
That's what I'm looking for. I don't know if it was on this or another one, but within, I can't remember the language on it where we had to declare this a public nuisance to the health, safety, and welfare of the residents, where we can expedite. But my concern is, do we still have to go through the, I think we can get something back from Mitten in 5 days. So I would also, in addition, like to invoke that portion of the ordinance to get this done as quick as possible.
Yeah, we are working on an emergency.
I believe we already have that in ordinance, though.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Where if we add it to this, it's 21 days to get it done.
Right.
Now, that may not be the reality of going out and getting it and scheduling within the contractor's time, but it's going to be a lot quicker than 3 to 6 months.
Yes.
And I think from the time that this has been tagged by the city, I think the residents have waited long enough. So will the maker of motion also adopt that change?
Yes, to expedite this.
21 days.
21 days.
Mr. Bacamino, do you agree?
I would hope we could do it in 21 or less. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Just one last thing. For the residents that are here speaking, we have this in our ordinance. It doesn't mean it's going to be 21 days, but it's going to be a lot quicker than, we're basically taking this, putting it at the top of the pile to get done. So bear with us. Mr. James has a very difficult job, and he does a great job at it, but we'll get it done as quick as we can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Support that.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. James.
Good evening.
I know also with the comments that were made by the residents in regards to the health issues as far as the rats and those coming across into other yards, I think we might even be able to use our health aspect in this. So like Mr. Green said, with the health, safety, and welfare of the residents to expedite this.
Yes.
As soon as possible. The other thing is too, there was a fence removed to incorporate that in there.
Fencing?
Yep. It says there's 34 feet of 3-foot wood fence to the south side near the house and the concrete porch.
Yes.
Any debris, it also says miscellaneous debris, any dangerous or hazardous trees or anything in that area?
Yes. Now we do mark all the trees and everything on the site. On the past cases, we are out there making sure it gets done.
Okay.
That's what we've always done, but we'd like to bring it up at council. Yes, we are removing those trees.
Right.
I do paint them with a a pink X, so they're very visible.
Okay, with the response of the gas company and the electric company and the water turnoffs, how quickly of a response are we getting from DTE and consumers right now?
That varies. DTE is
I know.
probably the toughest.
DTE,
I think we're probably looking at 10 days and more. I don't really get involved on that part of it. It's usually the contractor's responsibility, so.
okay,
A
so
lot of times they're put out to bid, they get a proposal, we don't even know what's happening until they're getting a permit at the counter, or I'm on top of them.
Okay.
To speed things up, and like in this case.
all right, very good. Anything that you can do to expedite that, that would be great too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Bracamino?
Thank you, Madam President. I see Greg Palachek, Mr. Palachek's here. Could you quickly, if you have just a nod of the head of that, we have this address and there's complaints of rats. I know later on the agenda we're approving monies for the county. We talked earlier about our officer that goes around and do that. Could you expedite that also, get 23275 Cunningham? Thank you very much. I think we should get rid of these rats as soon as possible, and then when that house comes down, we won't have them go anywhere else. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Mr. List?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor. Mr. James. How you doing?
Good.
I was going to say good morning, but I guess we have to wait till the meeting drags on a little more.
I'll take it.
When you find out, when your department finds out that the owner is in bankruptcy, normally that stays all the proceedings. Can't demo the house, can't collect on it. Have you requested the city attorney's office to go to the bankruptcy court to lift the stay so that the house can be demolished sooner?
Yes, I would like to see that.
It's possible to lift the stay, especially when it's a health, safety, and welfare issue.
The problem is probably about 80% of the nuisance have the same problem. And then on top of that, I have emergency situations.
Sure, I understand, but if the bankruptcy, and standard bankruptcy might take 6 to 8 months, but a more complicated bankruptcy, especially if there's a bank involved in foreclosure, it could take much longer. And you're adding it's adding 6 to 8 months to the process. I'm just suggesting you get together with the city attorney's office and see from time to time if you can't have the city attorney's office go to the bankruptcy court to lift the stay.
Yes.
To lift the injunction. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Green?
Just real quick, just so that we comply with the rules, based on the information that I'm looking at that's been provided to us in backup, Mr. James, would you say that the SEV, or that the value of this home is 60% below the SEV?
Yes,
We
I
have to be
would
clear
probably
with
have to
that,
agree
our
with that,
findings.
somewhere in the area.
To be able to expedite the abatement.
21 days.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other comments from council members? I'll contact you later on other items. All right. With that, I'll go ahead and call the question. Mr. Stevens?
Yes, with those amendments.
Mr. Bracamino?
Yes, with the amendments.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes, with the amendments.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Ms. Boat?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 14, a public hearing, review of special assessment roll number 374 in Ray abatement of a nuisance at 14032 Hendricks, $5,292.50.
Need a motion?
Motion approved.
Public
It's a public hearing.
Close public hearing.
Sorry. Item number 14 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Seeing or hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Ms. Comartin. Any discussion?
Just briefly, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I thought you said we need a motion, so sorry for jumping the gun, but this is to attach the dollars to the tax rolls for the cost of the previous abatement.
Right.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. Does anyone know who performed the demolition on this property? I should have grabbed Mr. Dean when I said I'd call him tomorrow. All right, I'll find that out. All right, any other discussion from council members? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 15, a public hearing, review of special assessment roll number 376 in Ray, abatement of a nuisance at 11394 Rivard, $4,967.50.
Item number 15 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Seeing or hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion to approve?
Support.
Motion by Mr. Stevens, support by Mr. Warner. Any discussion? Same as the previous item. I'll go ahead and call the question. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 16, a public hearing, review of special assessment roll number 377 in Ray, abatement of a nuisance at 23232 Federal, $5,582.50.
Item number 16 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so. Seeing or hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion to approve.
Support?
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion? No, another item like the previous. Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 17, a public hearing, review of special assessment roll number 378 in Ray, abatement of a nuisance at 20871 Sunset, $5,187.50.
Item number 17 is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that would like to address this agenda item, may do so at this time. Seeing or hearing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion to approve?
Support.
Motion by Mr. Stevens, support by Ms. Comartin. Any discussion? Okay, seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 18, an administrative hearing, request for approval to transfer ownership of escrow 2005 Class C licensed business located at 28392 Utica, Roseville, 48066, from Tip Top Tavern Incorporated to M&J Hospitality Group LLC, transfer location to 32401 Van Dyke, Warren, Michigan 48092, and request for a new dance entertainment permit. Administrative report approved.
Item 18 is an administrative hearing, but I do need a motion and support.
Motion to approve. Discussion, please, Madam Chair.
Support.
Motion by Ms. Vogt, support by Mr. Green. First, we'll give Commissioner Green the chair or the floor, and then Ms. Vogt will be first to speak.
Good evening, thank you. This is a transfer of a license in escrow in Roseville. It's being, the applicant's requesting it be transferred to the former Lashish on Van Dyke. The applicant has been in business there for about a year as a restaurant. Now he's applying for the liquor license. All the finances are in order. You will note in your backup that the applicant had some prior violations. He used to own the Dairy Mart off of 9 Mile, but the violations occurred 10 years ago. And there is reference to a criminal record, but the cases have been dismissed. We talked to Lansing, and they indicate that violations that are 10 years old aren't really considered, and that criminal reports or attempts at prosecution that were dismissed are not considered as well. The applicant last week got a liquor license in Grand Blanc for a similar type of restaurant, and I'm recommending that council approve this and forward it to the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. I'm wondering if the applicant's here? If you come down?
Sure.
Okay. That's my report to council.
Thank you. Ms. Vogt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Commissioner.
Good evening.
And Mr. Haddad?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Malik Haddad.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Haddad, are you going to be operating a restaurant?
I am operating the restaurant now, ma'am.
You are operating it now?
Yes. We've been open for 6 months now,
Okay, but without liquor?
without liquor license.
Okay. You're not going to just, it's not going to be like a sports bar or just a bar, it's,
It is not. It's a restaurant serving liquor to the clientele, ma'am.
okay. Do you intend to have dancing?
We're intending to have entertainment on Saturday nights only, and that's in a process right now. So we don't know if it's going to be dancing or just having a band that's going to play music for the clientele.
So you're going to have a band?
Yes, a one-man show type of thing. Somebody that plays a piano or jazz or similar instruments.
Okay. How many years have you owned liquor establishments?
I had a liquor license back when I had a Dairy Mart, and that was an investment property for me. Now I have a liquor license in Grand Blanc. I've been operating there for 2.5 years.
Okay. Any problems in Grand Blanc?
Not at all, ma'am.
Okay. You don't have any concerns, Commissioner?
No.
All right. Thank you.
Any other members? Mr.
Yeah.
Stevens?
Yes, through the chair to Mr. Haddad. I was a little confused there when you said you were going to have entertainment when the question was asked about dancing. Is the entertainment that you're going to have dancing?
It's not going to be dancing. It's going to be having a band that is going to play music for clientele.
Dance floor.
During dinner. If we need to have a dance floor, we're going to designate at least a 12 by 12 area for a dance floor.
But the people dancing would be the patrons?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. List?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Mr. Haddad,
Yes, sir.
how are you? I'm over here. I know it's hard to track
It's
us.
hard to find who's
Yeah.
talking,
I couldn't hear you either. So.
We should have the little lights on our stand here. Have you considered asking, instead of a permanent dance permit, applying for the dances as allowed under the liquor statute, allows for up to 12 permits approved administratively by the police?
I'm sorry, say that again?
How many you're asking for a dance permit, right?
Actually, the dance permit came with the license. It's a license that includes the dance permit. But what I applied for is a C license.
Okay.
So when I transferred that license to my location, the dance permit was included in that license.
Right, but it still requires
Yes.
approval.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you're telling the council that you're not looking to stage dances there?
No, not at all. Like I stated before, if we have a band that's going to play music for us, just for whoever is dining in or
Sure.
patrons, like I said, at the restaurant.
Sure. Well, I'm wondering if you really need the dance permit because you have an opportunity to get, for lack of a better word, day pass for a dance permit up to 12 a year from the police department, which is done administratively.
Well, we don't know if somebody that's having dinner while music is playing is going to get up and dance. We can't control that.
Okay. How many square feet in your facility?
5,000 square feet.
And how close are you to the nearest residentially zoned neighborhood?
It's going to be right across the street on Van Dyke. It's probably about, I'll say about 80 feet, 100 feet.
And what are you going to do for noise suppression?
We're not a dance club that's going to be extreme noise in
Right.
the restaurant. So it's going to be something, like I said, a piano bar or jazz music. It's not going to be a hip-hop dance club.
My concern is that once you have the entertainment permit, you could legitimately bring in, some really loud band.
That's not what I'm looking to change the restaurant into, sir.
Okay. And out of those 5,000 square feet, how many is for food service?
I'll say about 2,500.
And how much for the kitchen? Are you talking, is it 5,000 just the service area?
No, 5,000 is the square footage of the building.
So probably almost half of it's for the
Just
kitchen
about.
and okay. And how much for the bar area?
The bar area is not constructed yet, so that's going to come in after everything is all approved. So we're looking, I'll say probably 150, 200 square feet,
That's not much.
for the bar area. No.
Yeah. When you had that Dairy Mart, was that one of your employees that got caught up in the?
Yes, sir. It was the employees that I had at the Dairy Mart. Like I said, it was investment property. I was doing real estate at the time, and I was absentee owner. And the employees had the violations when I was around the restaurant, around the Dairy Mart.
Okay. And since then, you're going to be putting in place procedures or training for your employees to make sure that doesn't
Absolutely.
happen
And I'm
again?
hands-on manager and owner right now, so I'm always at the restaurant.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you,
Haddad,
sir.
for answering my questions.
Mr. Bachman?
Madam Chair, yes. Commissioner, it says the license was suspended for 5 days? Is that correct?
I believe it was 3 days. The
3
license
days?
at the Dairy Mart?
At the Dairy Mart at 9 Mile?
Right, correct.
And it was in 1999, and the owner owned it for 3 more years after that with no violations. Has there been any other trouble since then? Any more?
With the
Violation.
applicant as far as a license is
Yes.
concerned? No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from council members? Okay. Mr. Haddad, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Just a typo error for the council members on our sheet here. Permit is listed twice at the top of the header. I think we only need one for the official permit, parentheses of food. And I think what some of the concerns, underlying concerns might be that maybe weren't directly addressed is that with this permit, there may be concerns of belly dancing or other types of entertainment in that manner, and you've made it very clear that that's not the direction you're looking to go.
That is not the direction we're going, ma'am.
If you install a dance floor, it's strictly for the patrons themselves that might be enjoying the music that
Absolutely.
choose to dance. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, I'll call the question. Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bachmino?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Next agenda item is 18A. This was 19F on our agenda. Consideration and adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor and the clerk to execute a reconfiguration implementation phase agreement with Motorola Incorporated for reconfiguration of the public safety communication system as required by the federal communication system.
Motion
To approve.
Support.
Discussion.
Motion by Mr. Warner, support by Mr. Stevens. Discussion, Ms. Comartin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, I gave her discussion. I didn't hear you ask for discussion. I'll get you next.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Commissioner Green, how are you?
Good.
Good. Just to clarify a couple things, I know that we've seen this hanging around for some time now, and we've had it come before us in a couple different stages. If you can just explain the process and where the money is coming from to the
It's
residents.
been going on for about 2 years. It's a mandatory change in the radio frequencies that the FCC has determined is necessary. Most of the public safety departments in the country are on the 806 frequency, and there's interference that's been caused by Nextel and Sprint. Motorola has been hired by the city. This is the third step. It's the implementation process to complete the mandatory requirements of the FCC. It's approximately $322,000, but none of the money, it's all money being paid by Nextel and Sprint to correct the problem. So there's no money being spent by the city whatsoever.
Thank you. And this is the final stage, or are we going to see another?
This is it.
This is it. Okay, so we won't see this again until anything else that changes between bands. All right, very good. I just wanted to make sure the residents were aware that we were not paying for this and this is not coming out of the general fund. Thank you very much.
Mr. Warner, I apologize.
Oh, no,
The
that's
floor is
okay.
yours.
No, that was my comment as well. I appreciated Commissioner for taking my call, but I wanted to let everybody know this was not coming out of taxpayers' dollars.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other discussion from council members? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bachmano?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for your courtesy in moving my items together. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, we want you to stick around.
Item 19A, tabled September 27, 2011, request of the Library Commission for a waiver of bids and recommendation to award purchase of Dell computers and related computer equipment and licenses to be installed at the Civic Center, Burnett, and Miller Branch Libraries through the Suburban Library Cooperative utilizing the State of Michigan contract in the amount of $55,001.87, SOL-W-8482.
Motion to remove from the table?
Support. Motion by Mr. Stevens to remove from the table, support by Mr. Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Opposed. Do a roll call. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
No.
Mr. Bachman?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
No.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
No.
Camp, yes. The item has been removed from the table, 6-3.
Motion to approve?
Support.
Motion by Mr. Stevens, support by Mr. Green.
Discussion, Madam Chair.
Mr. Liss?
Just going to say again that I don't think this needs to come to a council vote. I brought this issue up before. I believe the library board has complete jurisdiction once the budget's been approved by the council to approve these expenditures. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion from council members?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stevens?
I have a tendency to agree with Mr. Liss. In fact, this item came up once we had approved their budget, that thereafter, how they spent the money was at their doing. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm good.
I just looked up and noticed her standing there.
I'm quietly standing here, hoping that you will recognize me. I came to speak in behalf of the library.
I'm sorry, can you state your name for the record?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
My name is Oksana Urban. I'm the branch librarian supervisor of the Civic Center Library. I'm here to hopefully convince you to approve the purchase of these computers through the Suburban Library Cooperative. And let me just give you a little bit of background. We've been a member of the Suburban Library Cooperative for a decade and a half. And the cooperative has been purchasing our computers for us simply because it's the cost-effective way for the library to handle purchasing computers. The cooperative gets a 27% discount from the Michigan higher education contract. And if we wanted to purchase these computers as a municipality, we would only get a 12% discount. Another factor that's important to the library is this. When the Suburban Library Cooperative purchases these computers for us, they maintain them for us for the 4-year period, no cost to the library. They service, they upgrade, they maintain it. They come in with and remove and disconnect the old computers. They remove the desktop computers, the monitors, the keyboards. They install the new computers, desktop computers, monitors, keyboards. And they maintain it. That's the most important thing. The fact is that they maintain these computers for us. You yourself know, when you have an appliance to service, it takes time to place that call. It takes time for someone to answer that call at the other end of the line. It takes time to schedule this call. It takes time for the serviceman to come to your house, and you hope that he can diagnose the problem for you and that he has the right part for you. So it's this interaction of service calls that we want to avoid, because service calls, replacement of parts, it's all out-of-pocket cost. It would be all out-of-pocket costs for the library. The Suburban Library Cooperative has 2 certified technicians. They are on call. They actually can access our system remotely and give us a diagnosis as to what is wrong. There could be a corrupt file, and they can delete that file and install a new file. They are, as I said, on call. If our computer dies, the next day we have a computer within 24 hours. And that's part of what's important to the library, because it's a system that's shared with 23 other libraries. It's a check-in and check-out, a system that also has software that is Envisionware, which is a print release station. So it really is important for the library to work efficiently and cost-effectively. And by purchasing these computers through the library, we will avoid service costs, maintenance costs, and upgrades, because the cooperative will provide us with all of this type of service. So in order for, and I respectfully request that the council approve the purchase of these computers for the Warren Public Libraries, because we'd like to continue to work efficiently and cost effectively, and the citizens of Warren deserve the best.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. At the last council meeting, a couple things were brought up on this particular issue. One was that it probably didn't have to come to council for the approval, which Mr. List stated. The second thing was that they thought that on the internet for the Dell models that you could get something off of that direct that would be less. But when I talked to purchasing, I found out some additional information that there was a limit to the number that you could get. So they capped those prices off at a total count of 5.
That's correct. Dell will only let you buy 5 computers at a discount, and then the remainder, 42 that we would need, would have to be purchased at the regular price.
Okay, and then the other thing that was discussed, just so some of the residents know some of the information that was passed. Unfortunately, there was nothing that was substantiated on the internet for people to see this backup, you know, of what was discussed. So it's just helpful to get that information out to the general public. The other thing that was discussed is that Dell normally comes with a warranty where they actually do part replacements. But the other issue that you had is that you were making long distance calls. The service, the 188 number that you were getting, you were talking to someone outside of our range, and the servicing capability you had with this particular program is where you were talking to someone direct and they could come in automatically.
Yes, the wonderful thing is they're on call. We can place the call in an hour. Certified technician is at the door, and he's servicing our computer.
And they also said that you would get replacement if there was a total problem.
Exactly.
Is that correct?
If a computer dies on us, the computer is replaced by the cooperative at no cost to the library.
Okay, and there were some other questions that why isn't our IT handling some of the installation of our software and stuff like that? That was some other questions that were brought up.
Let me just tell you that there are 143 computers. We're on a different system, and it is just very difficult for one individual to know, first of all, know our system and what the system requirements are. Mm-hmm. So we are almost talking apples and oranges.
Okay, so you're saying basically because of the size of our IT department that they can't handle the direct input?
This is correct.
Okay, so and then the people that do this are specialized in the library technology that you're putting in?
They do all the upgrades for us. As I said, they can access our system remotely and make changes, delete a file, a corrupted file, and reinstall a file. So they are skilled in what they do. Okay. And they know the system. They work with CIRCE, which is the workflow system, and it's best to give that type of work to the people who know it well.
And there is no extra charges for any of the service aspect. That's totally rolled into the purchase price, and we're not paying for those people to come out and implement.
This is correct. There is no payment out of cost pocket for the services that the Suburban Library Cooperative provides.
Okay, and
in maintenance and service.
All right, and the other thing that I was told with the cap on the 5, if they were to buy the specialized price that was put on the internet, then after the limited number, whatever cap that they put on that specialized product that they advertised, at that point, then they would pay full price for
Correct.
Okay.
5 computers, and then the other 42, or however many you need, would be at the full price.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi.
Good evening.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Oksana Urban.
Oksana, okay. The problem I have is the waiver of bids, no bid contract. Have you, and I understand the convenience of the cooperative, but I think sometimes we just get caught up in, ooh, the cooperative is a good thing, it's easy, it's there, and we don't investigate for the alternatives. Did you at least investigate?
I'm certain that the people who make the purchase for the 23-member libraries do investigate to get the best price they possibly can. I mean, they do negotiate.
Okay, but did you, or Ms. Henderstein, did anyone from this city look at anything other than the cooperative?
Yes, I'm sure that Ms. Henderstein did do that. I don't have that information, nor can I speak to her at this time. She's on vacation, or she's burning off her time, because as you know, at last council, I believe that Mr. Bacomino mentioned that she is retiring.
Correct, she's retiring. But she should have given all that information to you before you were required to come before this body.
Well, you know, I didn't come up here blindly, because as with anything, women tend to check prices. And I'm sure that Ms. Henderstein did. We just don't dole out money because it doesn't come easily.
I'm sorry, did you say women tend to get check prices?
Oh, yes. I can go from store to store or go in the grocery store and I can remember what this product cost and that product cost, and if they overcharge me at the register, I immediately bring it to their attention.
Do you think men do that too?
Some do.
Okay. You think there are some women who don't do that?
Yes, women who have a lot of money.
Would that be true? True of the men also? Men who don't have money, they check prices, what have you.
And they cut
It's
coupons.
really not a gender issue, is it, ma'am?
And men do cut coupons too.
Yeah. It's not a gender issue, is it?
I don't think so.
Okay. My problem is, I don't think anyone looked anywhere other than the cooperative. I appreciate that you came here. I appreciate all your statements. And I guess Mr. Melzek to the rescue.
Oh, yes. Good.
White Knight comes charging in. What's the score of the game?
It was 1-1 last I saw.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Craig Treppa from purchasing, he did check other bids. He looked out when, I think it was Ms. Comartin last meeting, questioned what was found on the internet by a citizen or something like that. We did a thorough review, looked at other possibilities, looked at Dell, contacted them to see what we would do if we were just a municipality on our own purchasing these. That's when we would only get a 12% discount versus the 27% discount. So yeah, no, we did do a thorough investigation, and that's our job in the purchasing area to do so, and so we did.
Okay.
What the key though, Ms. Vogt, is it's the service, and it's the that you can't, well, I don't want to say you can't put a price on, but the service that Ms. Urban talked about is phenomenal for what we need. As it pertains to our IT department, I know you know this when we go through the budgets each year, that we have a very small IT organization for the third largest city. And so we would have to hire additional resources if we were going to do this on our own. So this is a great deal, and so I just wanted to let you know that we have looked at other avenues.
Okay, and do you go from store to store and price check and remember the prices when you get to the next one? Never mind. Thank you.
Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes, Ms. Urban, how long have you worked with the Libraries of Warren?
Over 25 years.
And how long is Ms. Henderstein before she retired?
She's been with the city for 30 years.
Okay, we appreciate those 50-plus years combined. Thank you.
I love the library.
I know you do.
I only want the best for the library, and we are cost-cutting people. We try to save as much as we can.
Your passion for the library has come through time and time again with all the students that come through our branches, and I appreciate it, the 20 years you've served and also the 30 years, Ms. Henderstein. Thank you.
And I want to thank Mr. Malasek because he, as well as Mr. Treppa, are very conscientious, and they are meticulous, and they certainly don't want to waste the city's money.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments from council members? If I may, I have a quick question here. In regards to looking at the backup, what concerned me is it says SLC will install, service, and troubleshoot all 143 computers throughout this Warren City Library system, but then in the last paragraph, it says the computers will be installed at the Civic Center, Burnett, and Miller branch libraries. Why not Bush?
Simply because their computers were still viable. They still could use them. They had a year or so of warranty left on them, so that's why they did not replace theirs.
Okay, so
we have 4 years warranty on them, and after 4 years, they request that we replace them, and so this is what happens.
Okay, so the 143 computers only pertain to those 3 locations?
This is counting Bush as well. That's how many computers we have in the Warren Public Library system.
Okay, but should we be counting them in this contract since those 4 will be on are still under their old contract?
They are, because they still have warranty and did not need to be replaced.
Right. So I'm asking, should that number, that 143, be reduced, or will this contract, once that one expires, will this one automatically kick in for those as well, or?
Well, when those computers, their time elapses and the warranty expires on them, they will have to replace their computers.
Okay, but
we're
is
just
that
talking as a
included
total for
in
the
here?
entire system.
Okay.
The 143 computers is divided among the 4 libraries. But the ones that we're purchasing with this dollar amount are going to go to Miller, Civic Center, and Burnett.
And how many is that?
47.
47 total?
Correct.
Okay, now I'm sorry, you confused me
We're
even more.
not replacing.
We got
We are
143.
we are not replacing all the computers at the Civic Center library.
Okay. We're purchasing 43. How many are going to go to which location?
I don't have that information, but
Okay.
I can get it for you.
Okay. And I don't mean to sound difficult. I'm sorry. I'm just going off of the numbers off the page here, and it's saying 143, and then you said we have 47 that we're actually purchasing, and then only certain ones are going to certain locations.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the 143 just indicates how many we have at the 4 Warren libraries. And
Right.
the ones that need to be replaced are 47 need to be replaced.
Okay, but you don't have with you which an account per of the 3 buildings that we're going to do replacements at?
I don't have the actual count per library.
Okay. And you said it's another year that before Bush's expires?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, but we'll do a whole new process for those?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for addressing that. One last thing, you mentioned briefly, and I didn't catch it all. With this program, and one of the reasons that this, aside from the maintenance and whatever, was there a software license agreement that we're paying for?
That's included in here.
That is included in here. That's what I wanted to double check. Okay, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Madam
Thank
Chair.
you for your
Mr. Stevens?
consideration.
If I may, through the chair, I'd like to ask Mr. Sadowski, what, if anything, has changed in the backup since this was tabled?
I don't believe anything's changed.
I'm sorry?
I don't believe anything's changed. It's
All right,
just-
thank you.
Any other questions or comments from council members? No. All right, I'll go ahead and call the question. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Despite the no bid contract, yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, no. The item passed 8-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
19B, consideration and adoption of a resolution to adopt amendments to the 2009-2010 City of Warren Housing and Community Development Action Plan and NSP 1 Plan, Amendment Number 9, to increase funding budgeted to the Owen Jack Park project.
Motion to approve with discussion.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Warner, I'm sorry, support by Mr. Green? Discussion, Mr. Warner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Burgess?
Good evening.
Good evening. Ms. Burgess, all we're doing here is you turn on your microphone, please? There we go. All we're doing here is transferring balances to a different line item.
That's correct.
Now, the one line item is $21,199, and that was for paving Weller and Waltham. And then the other one was the acquisition and demolition of North Bay machinery for $15,700. So the grand total is just under $37,000. What would happen to those balances if they were not transferred to this line item?
Hopefully, we would be able to use them in a future project, but since we need the money for the Owen Jacks Park project at this time, we're recommending that City Council approve the amendment this evening.
And that's allowable through this project? The
Yes, it
overall
is.
scope? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bachmino?
Yes. Ms. Burgess, if the money wasn't used, though, for any project in the city, what I think Mr. Warner was getting, what would happen to that?
Well, eventually, we would lose the money and it would be returned to
Thank
the
you.
federal government.
Thank you.
Any other comments from council?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Ms. Burgess.
Good evening.
Yeah, we always find a way to spend the money, don't we?
We hope so.
Well, we always have. But what we've got here is taking money from one line item and putting it to the park. That wasn't a popular project to begin with, and it's going over budget. And some of the things that were originally planned for the park are being taken away.
I don't know that they're being taken away, but the monies that were left over in the Weller and Waltham pavement project, because it was under budget, as well as the North Bay Machinery demolition project, which came under budget, are the funds that we're asking to be transferred to the Owen Jacks increase in the project costs. And I don't have all the details on the two change orders that will be addressed by the council next, but Ms. Stradesky from the City Engineering Department is here and could give you more details on how those change orders came about. I do know that, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I do know that there was difficulty with the parking lot. Once the parking lot improvement began, the engineers noted that there was poor soil conditions and an undercut in the parking areas. Excuse me. An undercut in the parking areas was required due to poor soil conditions. And because of required electrical equipment, larger pavilion footings and construction fencing to enclose the spoil piles were omitted in the original design.
Why is that? You weren't a part of that.
I was here when the park plan was adopted and proposed to City Council. I wasn't as intimately involved in the public meetings and so forth at the time.
Nor was Mr. Desky.
No, but the engineering, excuse me, the bid award for the project itself it was specified as any project would be. I don't think this could have been anticipated by any of the engineers that worked on the project at that time.
Really? Not at all. Why are the bollards not, why are the bollards being taken out? Do you know?
That I may need to.
And where is
refer
Mr.
to
Bowman?
Mr.
Isn't he
Deskey.
here for this?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Mr. Bowman, isn't he here?
He
For
is
this
here,
item?
but I understand he's here for another item on the agenda.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Deskey may be able to answer your question about
Well,
bollards.
and I know this is going to come up, actually, the next item as well, or 2 items. So we have 3 items for the same thing, but we can discuss all of it at once and not have to discuss it again. Mr. Deskey, I know you weren't present, you weren't here when this project was proposed, were you?
Good evening, Council. Dana
Good evening.
Dordesky, Acting City Engineer. If I may clarify a couple items in regards, there was a question posted a few minutes ago in regards savings and funding that is being transferred. Actually, we did have a job that we realized savings, which was not spent, and it was the Waltham Weller project. And this is actually the money that we saved, and we're trying to use it for the additionals or extras that we've incurred during construction of the ONGX project. As you may recall, the ONGX project came in, the initial bids came in much higher, and the award was actually reduced to accommodate the, available budget. So we already had items deleted from the original bid, and now we're trying to, there were several items that we had to that we encountered during the construction process, and I will explain those further when the items come up.
When the time comes?
Correct.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, I'm going to vote no on this because I think it's inappropriate. I think the project should have been properly bid to begin with. What you're telling me is that it wasn't, and it's not the fault of either one of you. Okay? You weren't here. You weren't part of this.
May I ask what you mean? I'm sorry. May I ask what you mean by not properly bid?
Well, there are items that, one, you bid it out, it was bid out, and the bids came in too high, so you made cuts, and now we're trying to make up for it. And it's saying we found some money because we came in under bid over here, so rather than save that money for something we might really need, we're going to throw it into the park.
That is incorrect.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any further comments from council members?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Buckmeyer?
Thank you. My recollection is, though, this money originally was for a police mini station in District 5, the current District 5 in the south end of Warren. And that was also voted no by Ms. Vogt. We have that money, Ms. Vogt. It belongs to us. Michigan gives out
Point of order,
money.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Bacamino should not be addressing me. He should be addressing.
I stand corrected. Ms. Borges, that original project, was it not for the police mini station?
That was one of the projects proposed to the city council at the time they were deciding on how to utilize the funds, correct?
Thank you, and this council turned it down. I voted for it. I'll use my name. Then the money was used to invest funds in the south end again, District 5, for this park. That was the second choice. That was not our first choice. I still stand by my first choice. We could have had a police mini station down there today had we acted back then. I will stand on this vote. This park is a good deal. It is safe. The fences are up, and I don't believe it's a problem. Thank you, Ms. Burgess.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
Just for clarification purposes, Mrs. Vogt had brought up the fencing issue, and I thought that was on the next item, but I just want to verify one comment that was made. You said that fencing was used to protect the spoils. Is that what you said?
The way that it was described was that the construction fencing to enclose the spoils pile were omitted in the original design.
Through the chair to Mr. Dusky, I know I talked to you earlier about this issue. You said that the fencing was used to protect the park equipment. Was it used for the spoils that should have been under the contract, or?
Are you referring to the fence item that's in a change order number 1 that was $350, I believe $700 total? Is that the fence? Because there's two different issues.
Yeah, that's where I'm getting confused between which issue on which fence.
There's two issues with the fencing. The original project, when it was bid, initially, as part of that project, we had a crash-proof fencing included, and because we didn't have enough budgeted money, we had to delete it from the original scope of the project, and that was not. That was basically taken out so that we can stay within the budget and still complete the park.
Okay.
And if you're referring to the additional pay item that's being included in a change order number 2 that amounts to $700, it's the additional construction fencing that we've erected, or we've required the contractor in addition, above and beyond to what was in a project, because we had issues with parents and children trying to use the partially installed equipment, playground equipment, and it was just safety concerns. We just couldn't prevent them from putting their kids over the 4-foot fence, so we had to put that additional one, and that required additional labor and material, and that's all it's for.
Okay, so there are two separate
Correct.
fencing issues, two separate identities.
Correct.
Okay. That's where I just wanted clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can I go ahead and call the question?
Madam Chair.
Mr. List.
I'm sorry to interrupt and drag this on. It's too long, but Ms. Burgess, I don't have any questions for you. I remember the police mini station. It morphed into a police mini station, weight room, computer room. Uh-oh, we're going to get corrected here in a minute. Do you want something, Mr. Hartley?
You asked a question, I'd be happy to answer.
I'm not asking any questions. Morphed into a computer room, weight room, police mini station, and it was rejected by the council. I think it was a logical decision to do. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to call the question. Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. List?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
No.
Camp, no. The item passed 7-2.
Item 19C, consideration and adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor and the clerk to execute proposed change order number 1, contract PR-10-534 Owen Jack Recreation Center Park and site improvements, which increases the original contract in the amount of $28,077.98 with ABC Paving Company.
Need a motion and
Motion
support.
to approve.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good evening, Councilor
Good
Westmore.
evening. Thank you. I know we covered this in length. We had several items that are on the resolution. It was 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, and 86, which were in our list of bills that were already paid, or to be paid, I should say. And you said under this circumstances, there was an emergency decision that was made on this particular project. And if you could explain to the public what the emergency decision was based on the road, the street.
What happens during construction, sometimes you encountered conditions, subsurface conditions that you were not aware of, whether the soils are not favorable or you might have utilities that were not recorded properly. And when the contractor is actually working there, and if he encounters this unfavorable condition, a decision has to be made fairly quickly. If there is any wait time, or we have to put the contractor on hold so that he can, so a resolution can be achieved, what happens is there is delay times. Contractor is responsible for payment for his equipment rental, for his employees. In situations like this, we have to act fairly quickly and make those decisions. In this particular case, what happened is when we excavated for the parking lot replacement, the soils were saturated. They had to be removed so that the new pavement can be properly installed. If we did not require the additional undercut, the new pavement would simply not last long, and it would crack, and we would have to come back 2 years, 3 years down the road and make those repairs. If we have the right, in accordance with our construction contracts, to make those decisions and direct the contractor to do those, and either use the actual existing contract prices or anything that's in addition to, that was not part of the original contract. We can negotiate those prices afterwards using the specified conditions that are in our general conditions, contract conditions. In this particular case, contractors was instructed to do this, and that is not to incur any additional delays. Because we knew that if we delay him, we have to pay him for the delay time in addition to the required work that still would have been paid. And I can assure you that standby time for the contractor who has several pieces of equipment is in excess of, several $100 an hour.
Okay, the other thing is on the contract items that we had, based on the crushed stone that we had in our original contracts, you said basically that the crushed rock, there was a difference in price in those two figures based on our original items versus the costs that the contractor provided to us. On this, though, there was a difference in the size of the rocks, and there was also some underlayment that you guys did, screening, because of the sogginess of the area. You said it was very...
Correct. What happens is the additional undercut, which is excavation of additional material beyond what was specified in the original contract, that requires removal of that soil and putting a different type of material. The material that we had spec'd is the standard material that's being used for pavement or parking lot subgrade. This one was a different material, so there is a price difference associated, and I believe it's about $2 and a few cents more than what the standard 21AA.
Okay, so it was the size of the rock that was different.
It was just a different material, correct.
All right.
And there was a association, there was an excavation item included. We already had a pay item, so the contractor did the additional quantities at the contract prices, so there was no difference between those.
Okay, and this change was established in May or June, and I told you my biggest complaint was that this didn't come back before council sooner than this, because if you knew about the change since May or June, that was a long time, and I'm not saying you personally, but I think that's a long time to take to get to council when you have an emergency issue that's being addressed, and that you're taking it out, within the scope of the contract that was approved by council. But I also said that in those type of cases, I know council is willing to hold special meetings for those types of situations to deal with something that happens on those cases. And I don't understand, and you said it kind of got tied up in a different area for some time, but when an issue comes like that, I definitely don't want to see it on the bills, that council would approve those bills and then go ahead and then deal with it after, approve it after you're already paying the bill. It doesn't make sense.
Correct, we understand this, and anytime we have knowledge of or anticipate that it might be something, we do process the paperwork ahead of time, and we ask for the permission. In this particular instance, it was an emergency, because otherwise we would not be able to progress or maintain the schedule for this project. And like I said, we would have actually, I'm quite certain that a contractor would have charged us, the city, for the additional delays that were associated with it, so we had to make that decision.
All right, thank you for
Thank
your
you.
explanation.
Thank you.
All right.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Vogt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This emergency situation and having this payment on the list of bills, when we had not approved the contract change, and by the way, I applaud Ms. Comartin for finding that and catching it. That's not one of those checks that you would have taken to the council secretary and had him sign, like Mr. Malsek mentioned at the last meeting, that if we hadn't added something to the agenda, payment of a bond, he would have just taken it to Mr. Sadowski and he'd have signed it as council secretary. You didn't do that, did you?
This particular payment that it's in question only involves the quantities that were part of the original project. Some of the items for the change order, like I explained to Councilwoman Comartin, they were paid previously. Any items that I've came across, they're not part of that change order. They're only the items of this.
86 and 87.
Correct. This is totally, this particular payment does not include any of those quantities for the change
Okay,
order.
I was looking for a yes or no answer. Did
I'm
you?
sorry. If you could repeat that question.
Did you have Council Secretary Sadowski sign the check on an emergency basis to make the payment?
Not at all.
Okay, you just put it on the list of bills even though we hadn't approved the change order?
The standard procedure, like I said, this particular payment does not include any quantities or any pay items that are part of this change order.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from council members? Ms. Dordeski, did we change the size of the pavilion?
No, the pavilion was the same size.
Because my understanding is that they had to upsize the footings for the pavilion. Can you explain why that was?
The initial design that was submitted for bid was under design. When the actual shop drawings came from the manufacturers, their recommendations for the footings were a little bit larger than what we have planned. And of course, we have to comply with building regulations and codes. So yes, we had to act on their recommendations so that we can get appropriate approvals, building approvals. And of course, we can't construct a building that's structurally unsafe. So that's I can't say it's an omission. It's just something that was, we did not anticipate that larger size, and we have to make sure that the structure is safe.
Did engineering do that original drawing that wasn't adequate to code, or? Who did the original drawing that didn't meet the requirements to make it safe?
We anticipated that this would have been adequate, and when it came for the shop drawings, they recommended larger ones, and it's only basically for safety and compliance with building codes.
Okay, but I'm saying we as in our engineering department
Correct.
did the original drawing?
When we bid the project, correct.
Okay, and where were the bollards supposed to be located that we're deleting?
The bollards were, the ones that we actually asking for removal from the project were located along the east side of the existing Owen Jack's parking and between the existing building and the new parking park.
Okay.
They were to protect the traveling public or pedestrians going to the park, because as you probably are aware, there is an access door for deliveries and garbage pickup. So we just want to make sure that by any chance, those trucks coming in and backing out, they do not come onto the sidewalk. And actually what happened is by removal of this, we removed those bollards, but we installed the curb instead.
Okay.
So it's substitution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Comartin?
Just for one other clarification to Mrs. Dordeski. On the, you had mentioned that, let's see, with, wasn't the bollards, but it was the, based on our property maintenance change You said it was the international property maintenance change that changed some of the guidelines, is that correct? That council voted on to update the years, and you said that when the building permits were pulled, it was before those changes took place, is that correct?
My reference was to the codes, and basically I generally said that anytime, this project is a long-term project. We've designed it during 2010. Construction started or began in the fall of 2010. Now we're into 2011. So during the design and first phases of the construction, I believe either beginning of this year or late last year, there was a new building code that was actually adopted. So anytime there's a change in a state code, we have to conform to those changes as well. And it doesn't mean when we started the project,
right.
It's when it's constructed. So.
And that's what caused some of these changes, like the, was that the depth of the?
Not necessarily.
Not on that one.
But we would have to comply. The depths for the standard, for the footings are usually determined based on the soil conditions and the height of the structure itself. So the codes are usually, I mean.
That would have been standard.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
No.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
No.
Ms. Comartin?
No.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Camp no, the item passed 5-4.
Item 19C1 was tabled earlier in the meeting. Approval of check 511243 for $59,406.98 to ABC Paving. Motion to remove from the table?
Support.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski, support by Mr. Stevens. I'm going to do a roll call. Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
No.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
No.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The item's been removed from the table, 7-2.
Motion to approve check 511243.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski, support by Mr. Green.
Discussion.
Mr. Green.
Thank you. Mr. Dusky, just to confirm, as you stated before, the check that's been moved to item 19C1 is not related at all to the items 19C?
No, we only paying them for the progress work that was done. And it's not, any of the items that are on change order number 1, they're not part of this regular payment. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
Ms. Dordusky, the change orders, though, are on here for change order number 2. It is 81, 82, 83, 84, and 85, and that is included in this check, isn't it?
Not in this particular one. That was already paid previously on previous progress payments earlier. This table shows you what was paid to date. The last column in the estimate shows what's being paid only for this progress payment. The second column, or the third one actually, the last column shows you what's being paid for the current work. The second from the right, it's what was paid so far. So those items that show as paid, but they were paid sometime in June or July after the work was done.
Okay, but it's still to get council for the approval for those payments, correct?
Correct. Some of those items have been paid. Some of those items have not, like I explained to you before.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments from council members? Okay. You know, I'm sorry. I don't want to belabor this, but I'm a little confused by that last conversation. Are you saying that items that have already or haven't been done or have not come before council as far as the change order have been paid previously?
Mm-hmm.
That is correct.
Okay. Just want to make sure I was hearing that right. Okay. Call the question. Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
No.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
No.
Camp no. The item passed 6-3.
Item 19D, consideration and adoption of resolution authorizing the mayor and the clerk.
Take a break.
How about we'll
No,
finish this item
after-
since we began reading it?
Yeah, okay, sorry.
19D, consideration and adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor and the clerk to execute proposed change order number 2, contract PR-10-534, Owen Jack Recreation Center, Park, and site improvements, which increases the original contract in the amount of $3,486 with ABC Paving Company.
Need a motion and support?
Motion to approve?
Motion by Mr. Sadowski, support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Gilmar.
Thank you. This particular item was brought forth to the Planning Commission, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and this particular item is a complaint that was initiated by the residents in that area, and they were looking for more screening, correct?
That is correct. The existing residents on Page, whose properties are facing existing Owen Jack's facility and the new park, expressed concerns to the planning department about increased traffic and being able to basically maintain the privacy. We did have a site plan, a landscaping plan that was approved by Planning Commission, but Planning Department required that we supplement this with the additional screening to provide that safety and security and screening from the additional traffic that might be generated by the park.
Okay, and in our original contracted items, in the approval that we had for all the trees that are on the existing plan, those are still going on the site and those are not being eliminated. These are in addition to, correct?
That is correct. This is in addition to the originally approved landscaping plan for this project.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Any further comments from council members?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Stevens.
Thank you very much. Yes, these trees were added at the request of the residents across the street to add a little bit more screening. After this took place, in fact, I went down there because I'd heard comments, people come to the mic and they say this was a bad project. I originally was against this project myself. I, in fact, reconsidered my vote on this and changed my vote, which made this project possible. I've gone to the area no less than 3 times because of accusations that have been made at the microphone by individuals, and spent hours walking the streets, talking to people in Owen Jack's, people just walking down the street, and the neighbors around there love this project. They, as was mentioned, they had to put fences up to keep people out of it from going into it early. The people down there love this project. I am so happy that I changed my vote and that this project went through. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bowman? Good evening.
Good evening. Henry Bowman, Morton Parks and Recreation Director.
I'm going to ask you if you've been following along on the item that we're on. I noticed you just
Actually, I
walked
thought
in,
we were
so-
done, and
Okay.
so I did walk out, so I might need a little catch-up.
We're currently talking about the additional screening at the park on 9 Mile Road for
Okay.
the residents in regards to the trees that they're adding.
Okay.
To primarily, I'm assuming, for headlight exposure on the north side of Page there.
Mhm.
And what my question was is that they're pricing out these evergreens at about $495, I believe, or $435, I take that back, $435 a piece for an 8 to 9 foot high evergreen. And I'm wondering if we didn't look in-house with our forestry division and what kind of pricing you might be able to provide versus what the contractor is getting on these.
We have not. I was not aware of the price on the evergreens, and so I cannot answer that question.
Okay, can you answer from your own experience? Does that at all sound like in the ballpark of what we've paid for previous purchases?
How tall were they?
8 to 9 foot?
I don't know. You know what? Most of the time, we're not planting evergreens. So it's, I know what we paid for in trees we've done in our planting programs, but at the same time, we're purchasing quite a few trees on a bigger discount price.
Higher volume.
So, I I really can't answer that. I don't know. Donna, can you, did you check those?
Sure. The standard price, I know you're talking about labor and delivery of those materials, and for an 8 to 9 foot tree, just to install it, you're looking about $250. So it's a very reasonable price considering that we've asked them in addition to what was already bid. And they were fairly comparable to what we had spec'd in our original scope.
Okay. I was just curious if that was something that we had looked to keep in-house or possibly add as an addition out of our own resources rather than...
It's, the evergreens is not something that we normally, I don't think in the 8 years I've been here, I don't think we've ever purchased an evergreen, so.
Okay.
Yes, City Hall.
I'm not sure.
City Hall.
City Hall.
Oh, that was DDA.
DDA, yeah.
And,
Okay, that answers my question. I appreciate you taking the time to answer that. All right, any other comments or questions?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd feel more comfortable supporting this if you'd done some investigation. But it sounds like really there wasn't.
On
You just
the
said we'll
evergreen
let
trees?
the contractor do it because, well, that's the easy way to do it. And that's a no-bid contract. And Mr. Fouts knows so much about no-bid contracts. He used to talk about those all the time. If you could come back, I mean, if we table this, could you come back and give us some comparison?
I can assure you that the prices would be higher, and I can tell you that from the amount and especially...
How can you assure us that if you haven't looked into it?
Because the standard going prices, especially during this time of a year, and they actually combine it in addition to what they were doing. They already were delivering the trees that they were ordered for the original part of the project. So they reduced their labor and the delivery cost. Then you have savings in this area.
Well, most of the nurseries are, you know, given half off right now. Did you look at that?
No.
No. All right, I would make a motion that we table. Mr. Bowman would then have an opportunity to see what he can get through forestry. Mr. Desky could maybe take a look at what could be done through a nursery. We wouldn't just rely on the contractor to increase the contract price.
Motion to table by Ms. Vogt.
I'll support the motion.
Support to table by Mr. Liss. Ms. Vogt?
Yes to table.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
No.
Mr. Stevens?
No.
Mr. Sadowski?
No, because I have comments.
Mr. Green?
No.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bachman?
No.
Camp, yes. Tabling motion fails 5-4. We go back to the original motion by Mr. Sadowski, support by Mr. Stevens, and Mr.
Madam-
Stevens asked for discussion.
Thank you very much. I did have some comments, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't vote for the tabling motion. But as Ms. Dordesky said, that the $435.75 is a very reasonable price when you consider the cost of the evergreen and the labor. As Mrs. Kumartin pointed out, these are in addition to what was already planned. And so subsequently, we are getting the cost or the price based upon the total amount. They carried over that cost. These are 8 to 9 foot trees. Just to install one of those trees is going to be almost $300. Right there, I can tell you. So I know that this is a good price. If we were to go out and bid this and not do this way, we're going to be paying for the 8 trees only, not for the total amount. And so it's less volume and more money. And for that reason, I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Mr. Sadowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. An 8 to 9 foot tree is a tree that won't be carried standard at a nursery, and the reason for that is because of the size of the tree. There isn't much call. We're looking at fairly large mature trees at this point. I know a 6 foot pine, which we've installed ourselves. You know, those trees are standard at Wiegand's, and we're looking at an additional 2 to 3 feet taller than that. So if they're being pulled from Wiegand's, they're being pulled from their 32-mile facility. And again, they have to be handled special. But not only is the cost just for the tree, but you also have the planting and delivering, and I'm assuming that there's going to be a warranty that's tied into it. And the warranty can be almost $100 a tree as well. So just to give you a little bit of my background, so.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair.
Mr. List.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sadowski, you done? I don't want to cut off. Are you done?
You're done.
I'm done, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. When the DDA planted the evergreen trees in front of City Hall, I was on the board at the time, and it was imperative that the contractor told us that those trees had to be planted in 1 week in September. Could not be planted in October or earlier in August. And those trees, because they were large, had to be planted in that week in September, otherwise the risk of losing those trees is quite high. And as a matter of fact, that evergreen tree in front of City Hall, the tall one, has already been replaced once, and the current one is failing. So are we going to be able to get these 8-foot evergreen trees in the right season?
Definitely, and also the contractor guarantees that we have a 2 growing season warranty, and that subject that begins when we actually accept the project, and it starts from that point. So if anything went wrong, and especially with the larger trees, there is more opportunities, more risk associated, then we have a more than adequate or more than standard warranty that's being provided. That's already included in that.
I know the DDA had difficulties with the warranty that was provided with the evergreen trees at City Hall. Mr. Bowman, you were advising the DDA at that time. Do you recall the problems that we had replacing those evergreens?
I believe they replaced, I believe as there was a few disagreements.
Yes.
But they did live up to their agreement to replace it. And I believe the biggest problem with where that tree was placed was due to wind burn, I like to call it, just because of high winds that we were experiencing there.
Why is it those trees had to be planted? I believe it was like the 3rd week of September, and it's okay to plant
That
trees in
I
October.
do not recall any of that. I'm sorry, Councilman. So.
I recall it because it was
I
struck
don't at
me
all.
as so odd.
Yeah, I have no idea. I wasn't a part of every DDA meeting, and JJR was the landscape architects, and I don't know if that was something they advised or it was something somebody else did. I have no idea. I do not recall that.
It was the nursery.
Okay.
Thank you for your help. Bye.
Any further comments from council members?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Vogt.
just a clarification. Did you say the warranty begins upon acceptance of the project?
Upon acceptance of the installation of that tree. So yes, that usually concurs when we do a final walk through the project. And in our specifications for this project, we had an entire section devoted to requirements for final inspection acceptance by someone from Parks and Recreation Department, and also carried through, make sure that they provide us adequate feeding through those feeding and maintenance through those 2 growing seasons. And after 2 years, we do another reinspection in case things went wrong, and we do this along with the representative from Parks and Recs to make sure that they're satisfied with the growth and acceptance.
Are we, Parks and Rec, responsible for the feeding, the care and feeding during the warranty period?
No, the contractor.
So the contractor is going to be coming back and
That is correct.
fertilizing, doing everything?
That is correct, for 2 growing seasons.
Okay, and it's when you've approved the planting or the acceptance, when you said acceptance of the project, it's not acceptance of the contract, it's acceptance of or approval of the final?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Bacamino?
Thank you. Mr. Desky, thank you very much for answering our questions so professionally and thoroughly. I appreciate it. It gives me a wrap my hands around this project even better. Makes me more proud that I voted for it from the beginning, and I'm also, I know, lobbied with Mr. Stevens. Some council changed their votes and saw the the benefits of this, but it sounds like this will save us some money and accommodate the residents' concerns, and that's what we're trying to do, is find compromise so that all people will be happy with this project. With that being said, Mr. Bowman, what kind of feedback are you getting overall from the Owen Jacks area?
Well, they're absolutely loving it. We're getting a lot of positive feedback across the board. They want to get into the park and play. As soon as we had the safety surfacing down, we couldn't keep the kids off of it before the fences were up, couldn't keep the kids off it. The parents were there. Some parents were driving from their homes in Warren to visit their relatives in East Point, and they were having to stop at the park because their kids couldn't wait to get on the play
I'm
structure.
getting the same feedback. I just had a conversation with Van Dyke School Board member Eleanor Bates, former mayor's first wife, and we tended to agree that the South End, District 5, the Van Dyke School District area, Station 1, Police Department, Owen Jacks, definitely is bringing people back to that area. I've heard the same comments knocking doors. The last question I have for you then, will there be a special sort of, I don't know, grand opening for this?
Yes. We actually just picked a date, and I was just clarifying it earlier today with Donna to make sure we're going to be pretty much complete, but we're looking at October 27th, which is a Thursday, doing a ribbon cutting there. It'll be at 4:30 in the afternoon. And everyone is definitely welcome. We're going to get some invitations out. We're going to invite every kid in the neighborhood to come on out and looking at some magicians.
Could you do me a special favor?
Sure.
Also send a special invitation to Ms. Bates and the Van Dyke School Board, because I know the proximity there, and also invite the first responders from Station 1. I know they're a big part of this as well.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman.
Any other comments from council members? I'll just say that for those that are rightfully so taking credit for the vote that they passed this project, congratulations. For myself, I did not vote for this project. When I look at close to $1 million, 880,000 of federal funds, there was many other projects that this could have been put to that I think the residents would have been just as satisfied with and seen more stabilization in their neighborhood. With that, I'll call the question. Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
No.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
No.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Camp, no. The item passed 6-3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
Council's going to go into recess. I don't color my hair. All that walking in the sun this weekend.
Almost.
If we can have the rest of the council members return.
5-2, top of the ninth.
See any of the other council members? Can we please have the rest of the council members return? Okay. Yes, 19E1. Okay.
Tigers. Bottom of the eighth, 5-2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It didn't go off. Okay, Mr. Stevens, would you mind go ahead and leading us on 19E1?
Hinges up.
Item 19E1, consideration and adoption of the resolution authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute a contract with the Macomb County Health Department to provide code enforcement services in CDBG target area up to the total amount of $104,326,000 for the period October 1, 2011 to September 30th, 2012.
Motion to approve with discussion, please.
Motion by Ms. Vogt,
Support.
support by Mr. List. Discussion, Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there someone from? Good evening again, Ms. Borges.
Good evening again.
Is this a little bit more than what we've approved in the past?
I believe it has gone up.
Was it 102 maybe before, and
Roughly, yes.
it was 100? Yeah. Now it's up.
There's been a small increase in administrative overhead. And I believe the operating expenses total is identical, and the county cost allocation total is the same. The other changes, I believe, are reflected in, benefits in general.
So that would be, administrative overhead would probably be somebody's pay raise. And the benefits would reflect that.
Yes.
Is it possible for us to approve this in the same amount as we had last year? Would Macomb County Health Department accept it?
Based on the contract that they proposed to the city and that the city's attorney's office has reviewed, I don't believe that they're proposing that at this time, but...
Well, I know they're not proposing it. I'm proposing it.
If that's what the council directs us to do, we can contact them and ask if they would accept that amount for this next year's contract.
Okay, that would be my motion then, that we modify this to 100,000, which is what we had previously.
I'll support the motion.
Okay, Ms. Vogt has modified the motion, and it was supported by Mr. Liss. Any further discussion from council members?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stevens.
Thank you. Chair to Ms. Borges. The work that these gentlemen do is very good. Don't get me wrong. And I've brought this up in the past. But if we did not approve these tonight, and there was a health department issue in the CDBG area, who would you call?
We would use one of our inspectors that the city employs. However, I'm sure the council is aware from previous years, there will be approximately 5 inspectors laid off in the very near future, and that will very drastically reduce the number of inspectors that we have out in city total citywide. And in the target areas, community development block grant funds specifically covers the cost of that individual, which I'm sure you're aware of. So other than our own personnel.
Well, the point I was, actually what I was asking, if it was an item that required a health department personnel, if it was something that required the health department to investigate, how would it be handled if we didn't approve this? Don't we already pay for this in our taxes when we pay our county taxes? That's my point.
I understand. My understanding is that the county does not assign personnel specifically to each community or to the county as a whole. If we were to call them and ask for an inspector to report on a very unique, particular situation, I believe they would try to do their best to help the city of Warren or any community.
I would hope so, considering we're paying county taxes for these services already.
But there are some benefits to having county health inspectors inspect our properties. And I'm sure that this has been talked about in previous years. Some of the items are such that these inspectors handle primarily rodent complaints, who have the legal authority to not only tag homes, issue violations, and post vacant properties, but they carry more authority than our inspectors do. And it's a benefit, and I know that they're being paid well to do so, but it is a huge benefit to have them in the city of Warren.
I understand that, and you used an example of where it would be required to have a county health or a county health inspector to be there. You used rodents as an example. But if these, what do other cities do? because other cities don't pay to have 2 health inspectors full-time. If they have an issue, they call the county and the health inspector comes out from the county. My issue is, and I'm not going to belabor the point, you know what I'm getting at. We're already paying for this, and now we're going to pay for 2 more people. We're going to pay their full wages and benefits for a year. Thank you.
Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Vogt.
just, as I sit here thinking about this, through the chair to the city attorney, Mr. Biernat, they put forth a contract for $104,000, and we're countering with $100,000. Are we better off tabling this with the instructions to the city attorney's office to try to negotiate this, along with Ms. Borges, or to just say we're going to approve $100,000 and let it go at that? What's your recommendation?
Microphone, please. Sorry.
Just as a practical matter, I would favor your first suggestion that it be tabled to give us an opportunity to contact the health department and to try to work out a more favorable contract with the health department. That would be my personal preference. I think it's a more practical approach. Now, just as an aside, if I might, it's one of these inspectors is confined to working in a given area under a grant. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so is that grant money, does that grant money pay for that inspector?
That's correct.
So
Community
we're-
Development Block Grant Fund.
Right. So are we only dealing then with one inspector that we are actually paying?
That's correct.
Okay. I wasn't sure whether everybody understood that.
Okay, but on Mr. Biernat's recommendation, then I would make a motion to table with the instruction that the city attorney and Ms. Borges see if they can negotiate a better contract for us.
Motion to table by Ms. Vogt.
Madam Chair, I'll support that, but I would like to ask a couple questions first.
Well, I have a support by Mr. List, though.
I will withhold my support until Ms. Colmartin has an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Bliss. I appreciate that.
Ms. Colmartin?
Good evening, Ms.
Good evening.
Burgess. Question for you. When we were talking about the CDBG funds and the dedication just to those areas with the inspectors, the other inspector, we do have a health inspector that covers the whole city, correct? We're not just limiting it to CDBG area.
Correct. The inspector that's funded through the general fund, Public Service Department, covers the entire city.
Okay, so we do have full coverage.
Correct.
With the 2. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion? Fairness? All right. Ms. Vogt, you still wish the motion to table?
Yes.
And I'll support the motion.
Support to table by Mr. List. I'll go ahead and call the question. Ms. Vogt?
Yes to table.
Mr. List?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Colmartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
No.
Mr. Stevens?
No.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The item is tabled 7-2.
Madam Chair, can I ask for a clarification?
Yes.
Are we holding up the contract funded by the general fund, funding the, not the other inspector, just the inspector funded by the general fund? Is that correct?
CDBG that we just tabled.
They're 2 separate items.
Okay. My understanding is that you wanted to table one of the contracts? Both? Thank you.
Item 19E2, consideration and adoption of resolution authorizing the mayor and the clerk to execute a contract with the Macomb County Health Department for citywide code enforcement services for an amount not to exceed $104,326 for a period October 1, 2011 through September 30th, 2012. Excuse me.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt.
Again, a motion to table for the same reasons as we did 19E1.
Motion to table by Ms. Vogt.
I'll support it for the same reasons.
Support to table by Mr. Liss. Ms. Vogt.
Yes to table.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
No.
Mr. Stevens?
No.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The item was tabled, 7-2.
Item 19G, we skipped item 19F, we approved that earlier in the meeting. Item 19G, request for appointment of one council representative to participate in the RFP committee for the purchase of a security surveillance system for the 37th District Court.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would nominate Councilman Liss for this position.
I have a nomination of Mr. Liss. Mr. Liss, do you accept the nomination?
I accept the nomination.
Okay. Any other comments?
Madam
Madam
Chair.
Chair.
Mr. Stevens?
Thank you. I would nominate Councilman Bacamino.
I just had, I need a point of clarification. Mr. Bacamino is listed on this as being part of the current IT committee member, and they were asking for an additional council member.
In addition, it said it should include myself plus current IT committee members.
Well,
Is that
I
member
assume
in
that's why his
addition
name-
to?
I assume that's why his name was already listed. That's the clarification I'm looking for. Mr. Bacamino?
IT committee, this is for the surveillance, so depends on how you want to read it, Mr.
The way I read it is, people to be considered for membership on the committee should include myself plus current IT committee members, and then it lists them. Doesn't mean that those IT committee members are on there.
Okay. Well, Mr. Bacamino, do you want to accept that additional
Absolutely.
nomination?
Yes.
Okay, hold on a second. Ms. Comartin, you asked for the floor.
Actually, that was my clarification that you just asked the question that I was going to ask. So it has been taken care of. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason for nominating Mr. Liss is because I think it's actually it's silly to nominate someone at this point. This committee is not going to be, this isn't going to be completed in a month's time. In a month from now, we don't know who's going to be sitting up here. Mr. Liss will not, I will not, and some of the others up here will not. So it doesn't make sense for this council to be making an appointment of a council member. It should be put over until November.
Madam Chair.
So that's my, I would make a motion to table, but I think someone else wants to speak.
Mr. Sadowski?
I did speak with Rob Curtis today about that issue. He said that if we table it till after the election, it's not going to hold up the committee. So he said that would be perfectly fine if we went and tabled it. So
All right.
it would be fine. It would not hold up any of the process if we waited till after the election.
Then it makes sense to me to table it, so I'd make a motion to
And I'll
table.
support that motion, Madam Chair.
Motion to table by Ms. Vogt, support to table by Ms. Comartin. Ms. Vogt.
Yes.
Ms. Comartin.
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
Yes.
Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion to table passed unanimously.
19H, request to approve an increase in budgeted revenues and appropriation in the amount of $125,000 budget to the 37th District Court to account for receipt of grant from the Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program and the Michigan Drug Court Grant Program, and consideration and adoption of a resolution approving said request.
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Ms. Comartin, support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Ms. Comartin.
The only comment I would like to make is I just think that the efforts by the judge has been phenomenal. I mean, we've seen a lot of grants come through for support, and I'm impressed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin? I'm sorry, I called that backwards. Ms.
yeah.
Comartin?
Yes.
Then Mr. Stevens? Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Buckamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item 19I1, request to approve an additional appropriation of funds in the amount of $60,695 budget of the highway street lighting in order to provide sufficient funding for an agreement between DTE to convert mercury vapor street lights to LED street lights at 2 locations, and consideration and adoption of a resolution approving said request.
Motion to approve.
Support.
Discussion.
Motion by Mr. Stevens, support by Mr. Warner. Discussion, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, he's already there. Mr. Gamble.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening. You know that I've been a large proponent of the LED street lighting system, and if you could let us know what's going on here and what DTE has got up their sleeve or whatever.
Certainly. I wanted to use the overhead projector just to show the original LED demonstration project.
While we wait, the Tigers won 5-2.
Yeah.
Okay, and members of council, what was passed out to you is an informational brochure that was created as part of when the city of Warren received a grant from the state of Michigan to set up an LED streetlight demonstration project. One of the things was an educational component to kind of, as an economic development, to show the benefits of this new technology. So we show energy savings and the cost savings in this brochure. And on this map that's on the overhead, you'll see the 5 different areas. And so we have an area, I don't if any council members have been to some of these, but there's on Van Dyke between 11 and 12 mile. There's also going up Martin Road from Van Dyke to Sutherland. And then in the historic Warren district, you have the post top streetlights. That's Lido's company that makes that bulb. And then you have the Ryan Road location from 10 to 11 mile. And that one really turned into a really nice project. I don't know if anyone's seen that one, but that turned out really nice. Now at the issue, or the council item at hand, DTE Energy, and what's kind of explained in this cover letter, is that they're required to get rid of these mercury vapor streetlights. There's been kind of a ban on the sale of them, and also they set new efficiency standards in 2 different federal acts. So what's happening is they need to convert them, and Warren is the 2nd largest of DTE's streetlight consumers in the state of Michigan. So we were one of 10 communities selected. They wanted to give us $50,000 to convert mercury vapor streetlights to another source. So they gave us the option. What they're doing in general is they're replacing just those mercury vapor, which are the white streetlights, with high pressure sodium streetlights, which are the orange light. And so that's their standard practice. That's what they've been doing. Since we did this demonstration project, what they did is they said we had a choice of what we wanted to do. And one area where part of this proposal, we've selected 2 areas which we're recommending is the one on, if you look at Martin Road, it stops at Sutherland. And the interesting thing is that Roseville did a demonstration project from Hayes all the way to I-94. So one area was to add, I think there's about 21 streetlights in that area to connect and create a 5.5 mile LED corridor, all the same of these GE Cobra heads. And then the other area that was selected was Ryan Road from 8 to 10 mile. And the mayor wanted to do a lighting project in the south end, and this would create a lighting corridor from 8 mile to 11 mile on Ryan Road. So that's kind of the basic overview. And what I also did, I showed that the funding at the bottom, you kind of see the annual savings. So this is about $110,000, almost $111,000 project, and the annual savings is $12,168. What we've done, what I show you here is that we have that DTE contribution of $50,000. We filled out rebate forms from Your Energy Savings, which is anytime you do an efficiency with energy, you can fill out these rebate forms. And we did that for the LED project, and we actually received $39,000 back for that particular, $39,460. And then you'll see that Ben Neighbors did some lighting improvements there. He filled out the sheet, and he received $1,580. So I just wanted to show that in a way we're kind of reinvesting this money back into, this, we could look at it like we're reinvesting that money back into, this technology and finishing up kind of what has become, these corridors, that just kind of creating these LED corridors throughout our city. So with that, if you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any members of council with questions?
Madam Chair?
Well, Mr. Stevens had the floor.
Yes, thank you. Other than the district that you mentioned, is there any other place that we have the LEDOS type bulbs?
Just on, I'm sorry. Also, yes, behind the Majestic Plaza, I forgot to mention on Van Dyke and Martin, the area behind there, I believe there's condominiums and Farnham, Busco area. There's a couple over there. Let's see.
Yeah, Farnham, Evelyn, Busco, and Busco, they have the LEDOS heads also, right?
Yeah.
Or bulbs, I should say.
Oh, yeah, right, that area number 5 on this informational brochure. And if members of the audience are interested, these are available at the mayor's office.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Campbell, on the funding portion that you're just talking about, the rebate funds collected, we've already received those funds?
We have, yes, and when we received them, I talked to Mr. Simone, we put them into a revenue account, so that's where they are now.
Okay, so what fund are we taking the 19,654 out of?
Well, there's 2 council items. I think the first one, we are transferring funds from the general fund to create a, let's see.
That's what I wasn't following.
Yeah, I wanted to show this council that we did fill out those forms to get rebate funds. So this would be from the general fund and go into the street lighting account to pay for this. At $60,694.48.
But what you're saying is that 41,000 of it's already been collected in rebates?
Yes, and I'd fill out if we do this portion, I'd fill out the rebates for this portion also.
So our net cash outlay is 19,654.
Yeah, if we look at it that way, yes. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. You have the return on investment you're taking. If we've already received back 41,000 in rebates, and it's 12,000 a year return on investment, isn't our time less than 4.99 years?
Yes, and I kind of debated.
If my cash outlay is 19,000 divided by 12, it's a year and a half.
Yeah, that's true.
Is that more accurate, or am I missing something?
That's the way I was going to present it, but we are taking 60, the 694 from the general fund. So I wanted to kind of show that, and
I understand, but what you're telling me, of that 60, 41's already been put in there in rebates.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I want to clarify. Thank you.
Ms. Comartin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, one of the questions were answered in regards to the funds. The second question that I have is, when we talked about the actual ownership of the lights, with this particular project, is it just the bulb change out, or are we going to actually be totally changing out the poles, and who's going to have ownership of those with this project?
Well, it's going to be the same as all the majority of streetlights in Warren. They are company-owned and operated. We pay a tariff, which includes energy and maintenance. We get a reduced tariff. That's why we get a savings. And if you look at the contract, so it's going to be DTE that owns them. We pay a tariff, and that's how that works. If you look at the contract, maybe I can. I'll put one of these on the overhead so you guys see what.
Oops, got to turn it the other way. Oh.
So if you look at, I don't know if members of council have found this particular page, this is outlining a specific area, but there's a, it tells you the current monthly billing of the 175 watt mercury vapor luminaires, which is, for this area, there's two of them at $14.98. That's a monthly fee or tariff that we pay for that, that particular light fixture. When we swap it out, when we change it out to LED, it's going to be $9 for that month for that fixture. So that's how we see savings, is that we don't pay, they still own it and operate it, but we pay a lesser rate per light.
Okay, so we're just going to pay a lesser rate. As far as servicing ability, then when a light is to go out or something is to happen to that particular bulb, then they still deal with it in the normal fashion. Nothing's changed as far as that goes, and it's DTE's responsibility.
That's correct, and that rate does take into account the fact that these lights last longer, and therefore there's less maintenance, and that's why you have a reduced, they use less energy. That's all taken into account, and the Public Service Commission works with them to come up with these rates.
Okay, and then the, I know Mr. Green touched on the funds. Was this project accounted for in the approval of the last budget, or is that why we're modifying it, because this is something that came up afterwards?
This came up afterward. The administration was approached by DTE. They selected 10 communities. They said they wanted to contribute $50,000. We worked with them to develop a scope. We didn't want them to just plug in LEDs where a mercury vapor went out. We didn't want to have a situation where we have, a yellow light, an LED light, a mercury vapor, which is a white light. This would be kind of a uniform corridor. And the interesting thing is that on Martin Road, we actually have had a complaint when, it ends at Sutherland, and then there was mercury vapor lights which were white, and they plugged in an orange, high pressure sodium, and they said, well, we really like the white light, and it looks like, a Christmas tree, and so this gets it uniform, and that's the idea behind it.
Okay, are we going to look at future corridors to kind of expand from that during, years to come, or?
I think I'm excited about it. I think there are some other factors involved with each area. They need to be hooked up in parallel, not series. So some areas cost more to convert than others. But I guess the next thing is, since we've had such positive feedback from residents, I think one thing we can explore is seeing what it would cost to convert. If the project can pay for itself in a reasonable amount of time to do a total conversion.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Bacamino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gamble, thank you very much. This has been one of the highlights, I think, of at least your career so far. I know every time you talk about it, the excitement comes through, and it should. You helped secure this. I think more than pays for itself. I've been contacted by members of the Sierra Club, and they're happy with it too, because this whole going green thing saves money, but from you know, a generational thing too. We're setting a trend for the future. Warren, as you said, was selected one of the 10 to use some of the first. So everybody that follows us, I always like to be first at something, especially when the future generations come around and we'll say, well, who started this? And I can say proudly, you know, Bill Gamble from Warren. So I'm looking forward to doing it if I ever get to be that ripe old age someday. But it does save money. It saves, it helps the environment. And I've, you know, I walk my dog through that area at night, and the white light just makes a difference. You can see more. We were joking today. It's not funny though, but there are cities in the state that are losing their lights. And I've never thought I'd live to see the day where I don't want to mention the city. I don't want to embarrass that municipality, but here we are at the forefront. So comparatively, in everything in the down economy, you can look at the glass half full or half empty. You've definitely shown us it's half full, and it's getting better. At least it's getting brighter.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair.
Mr. List.
I like this project, Mr. Gamble. But you're taking money out of the unallocated general fund, is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, you know, I think we need to be mindful to replenish our fund with every nickel, dime, and dollar available at every opportunity presented. It's still $19,000 out of the budget. Have you explored any other opportunities for funding?
Well, we did receive this 50 grand from them. I think, you know, I'm going to fill out the rebate forms. It will probably get, considering the last one was about 200, well, it was 245 lights for the last LED project. We received 39,000 back. So there is more funding going to come back when I fill out the forms for this. This is 100, let's see, 108 lights. So I'd estimate it's probably about 17,000. So we will, yeah, there is some more funding coming.
Your council memo says about 19,000 after rebates.
That was after, yeah, the previous rebates. And that's why, and Councilman List, that's the reason I didn't kind of lump that in, because in a way, if you look at the back of, I'll do this. All right. If you look at the back of the brochure, and I did a project breakdown, that last project, the total, so it was a $245,000 project. Well, $245,694 project. The city of Warren only paid $44,504. I mean, we could lump that $39,000 from the rebates into that, and you could say that this $245,000 project cost the city of Warren $5 grand. So I didn't want to really split hairs, but I wanted council to be aware that we did receive those funds, and in a way we're reinvesting it, possibly into this. I just want council to be aware of those rebate funds.
So you haven't looked at any other sources of funding?
I really don't understand what you're getting at, Councilman List.
Grants?
We did receive a LED demonstration project grant for $147,190 for that last project. We received 50 grand from DT Energy. We received rebate money.
I'm not sure why this is so difficult, but basically we're still taking money out of the rainy day fund at the end of the day.
And we are paying $12,000. We're getting an annual savings of $12,168.68 from this project.
Question was, at the end of the day, we're still taking money out of the rainy day fund.
Point taken.
No, I'm asking for an answer.
What are you asking?
At the end of the day, there's still money going to be taken out of the rainy day fund. I don't understand why I'm asking 3 times.
Actually, it's very simple math.
I'm not
Mr.
talking to you.
Mr. Liss, it's
Sit
very
down. No,
simple.
you're out of order.
Very simple.
You're out of
Very
order.
simple.
You're out of
Mr. Liss has
order.
the floor.
I have not given you the
Mr.
floor.
Hartley.
Sarcastic.
You're out of
Mr.
order.
I'm going to make
Hartley,
it very
please
clear
sit
to
down.
you.
Out of order.
Mr. Hartley, Mr. Liss has the floor, and he asked a question to Mr. Gamble.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Gamble.
I yield.
Any further comments from council members? Mr. Gamble,
Yes.
I want to commend you. I want to commend the mayor for pursuing this. I think you've done a lot of work on it. I understand that there is some expenditures coming out of the general fund, but I think in the long run, this is beneficial to the residents as a community, and I think you've done a good job. And I, at this point, just want to remind the council members that this item requires 6 votes for approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item 19I2, consideration and adoption of a resolution authorizing the First Amendment to the Standard Agreement for municipal street lighting with DTE Energy for mercury vapor conversion to LED streetlights in the amount of $60,694.48 and authorizing the mayor and the clerk to execute said agreement. Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski, support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
19J, tabulation of bids and recommendation in Ray janitorial services for various city buildings and consideration and adoption of a resolution accepting the lowest bid submitted by Dual Cleaning Incorporated in the estimated amount of $392,091 for a 3-year period with the option to renew 2 additional 1-year periods, ITB-W-8444.
Need a motion and support?
Motion to approve?
Motion by Mr. Sadowski,
Support.
support by Mr. Warner. Any discussion?
Discussion, please, Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt?
Is there Mr. Bowman, Mr. Grassi?
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Good evening, gentlemen. Again, Mr. Grassi, happy birthday. I know it's coming.
It's coming.
This week.
How did you know that?
I know these things.
That's something.
People I really like, I know about these things.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Why are we going for a 3-year contract?
Well, the main reason is with this type of job, you have to, it takes a lot of work to get this in place. And in doing so, the 3 years makes it a little easier on the company to bid, get all their equipment. You know, they've got a lot that they're putting into this. This new company, we did a lot of research on them, and I believe that they're going to do a good job. I've done a lot of the research myself, and I feel comfortable with them. And it has to do with putting them in place, letting them purchase the equipment that they need, and getting employees to work for them. That's mainly the reason.
Okay, my concern is that it seems as though we have these companies that before we enter into the contract, they're great companies, great reputations, blah, 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 blah. Then they get the contract and they just don't quite do the job. Then we're stuck.
I understand your concern, but we aren't. We have a performance damage clause that we have in this one, and it has some bite to it, whereas in the first instance where they should not abide by the contract and not follow, we notify them, there's a $50 fine. Second instance, there's a $100 fine. Third instance, there's a $200 fine. It goes up to 5, there's 200. After that, we can end the contract. At that point, we have the right to end the contract with them. So we're going to be right on top of that to see that this is done.
Okay, well, you're not going to have me here, sending text to Mr. Bowman saying the bathrooms are filthy or trash hasn't been emptied or, other problems that we've experienced with the current company.
Well, that part of that problem too was there was only so many cleanings that was built into the contract. Those bathrooms now that are in that back hallway by Conference Room A are cleaned daily now, and the auditorium is cleaned twice a week instead of just during once every 2 weeks.
Yeah, okay, but Mr. Bowman, the point is, sometimes there's cleaning and then there's cleaning, right? Taking a dirty mop through and kind of swishing everything into the corner, it's not cleaning. And that's kind of what we've seen.
Well, I can tell you now, I know if you're not here to give the text, I'm going to tell you I'm going to be here, and I'm going to see that they follow through with this. We have had some issues in the past. I have made it a responsibility of mine that I'm going to take on to see that this company follows through. We've had an interview with this company, with myself, Mr. Treppa, the library people were there, Deep Wastewater was there, and we grilled them pretty good. And, you know, obviously they're going to tell you they're going to do the best job in the world. I understand that.
Of course.
But we are going to be able to stay on, you know, I plan on staying on top of them myself, especially in our recreation facilities. And obviously you're going to have contacts at the other facilities. If they aren't following the contract, you know, the specifications necessary, I'm going to see that, you know, we're not going to put up with it. I can tell you that right now.
All right, Mr. Grassi, if I have your word that you're going to stay on top of it and make sure these people do their job, your word is gold. I know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Warner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Grassi, when I talked to you last week, I'd asked you about the funding for these, and in our backup, it's available through the Parks and Rec Fund, Parks and Rec Transportation Garage, Wastewater Treatment Plant, Library, and Communications.
I did have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Simone in regard to this, and each department will be handling their own share. So it'll be broken down. Each department has the cost for their individual department, and they will be footing the bill for their own department.
Okay, but any complaints out of each individual department, out of those would go directly to you?
Well, they'll probably go directly to Craig Treppa, but I'm going to be dealing with Mr. Rockeye, who's the owner of Do All Cleaning, directly. This is probably obviously, this is our jewel here, the community center. So we're going to be right on top of it. And I've also talked to Oksana at the library. She is, you know, going to be reporting to me and Craig. So we definitely will be on top of the company.
Thank you, Mr. Grassi. Appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Kumar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Grassi. How are you?
evening.
Good
Good.
evening, Mr. Bowman. A couple questions for you. In regards to our past contract, any changes in facilities?
We have added the Fitzgerald Recreation Center 3 days a week in this contract. We did not have that in the last contract. And I think everything else has, I'll speak for the library, we're adding the
Civic Center.
Civic Center Library is being added to the contract also.
Okay, so
Before they
Civic
did-
Center was not in it before, and neither was Fitzrec.
That's correct.
With Fitzrec being just a smaller facility, was that something that we looked at from our own janitorial services to take care of with the city instead of, I don't know, I'd have to look at the itemized cost on that.
Yeah, it's, Fitzgerald is a total of $6,000 for the year. They'll be working 52 weeks, 3 days a week, is what the cost will be. We don't really have a janitorial through the Parks and Rec. We have a maintenance department. We felt it was best to have them do it. We've been using a lot of community service people. That's how we've been getting by, and some of our staffing doing it. And I think this would be more economical, you know, to go with them.
Okay, so you've been using part-time people to clean those facilities, or do you have it when usually somebody has a function that they're required to clean up after it, like over at Fitzrec or something like that? I know you've run it
Yeah, our
out.
people were doing it. It was our part-time staff and community service people that we were able to get.
Okay, and then in comparison to what we were paying before, do you know what kind of increase that we're faced here with the
Well,
new company, or are we
I can
doing
tell
the
you,
savings?
through Parks and Rec, our facilities, we're talking $3,000 over the year for comparable. We were doing Owen Jacks, the Warren Community Center and Transportation. It's an extra $3,000 per year, which is $9,000 total. Those are the Parks and Rec areas. I can give you that. I mean, as far as the whole city, I mean, Mr. Treppa has a better handle on that, but I believe it's around $70,000 total. And the last company for 3 years.
Okay.
That's 3 years. And the last company, I think that they may have underbid it. That might have been part of the problem that we were having with them getting the job done. So I don't think this is unrealistic. I think it's a pretty fair deal. We had bids anywhere from $400,000 up to $2 million to do the work. And well, 378 is the quoter who received the bid.
Okay, and then you said that you did research their,
I talked to their references. I spoke to 50th District Court in Pontiac, which is 36,000 square feet, Washtenaw County buildings, 224,000 square feet, Bloomfield Township Library, which is over 100,000 square foot. They do the whole city of Novi, and I went out to Novi and actually looked through their city hall, their DPW department, and their police station, and everyone, all the references came up back good. I had them rate them 1 to 10. They were 8 to 10 from all the references that I spoke to, and I went out to Novi and looked at the facility myself and was pleased with the job that they're doing there.
okay, and with this current contract, if there's any, I mean, there's some rumors going around that maybe some of these buildings might be closed. If we were eliminating a building off this contract and we're looking at a 3-year contract with any building, what happens with the contract terms?
As far as I know, we would not be responsible for them. If they're not cleaning them, I think that we would not be responsible. But you're going to have to speak to Mr. Treppa on that. I'm not positive, but I'm fairly sure that's the case.
Okay, my concern is longevity. If there's, you know, if we're looking at 3 years and, you know, there's rumor going around that one of the libraries was going to close or something like that, I just want to make sure that that's not the case and we're not responsible for, you know, holding out a 3-year contract for any kind of facility.
I don't believe
No,
that's the case.
I think in this case where it's all bid by line item, it would allow us to remove a line item. So if we did get to that situation.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Stevens?
Thank you. Do either of you know, with the awarding of this contract, will any permanent, full-time city employee lose a job?
I know through Parks and Recreation there will be none. I'm not sure. I don't think so, but I don't know. I can't answer that question. I don't know about.
I don't think so. I believe they were, the only thing that was added was the Civic Center Library, and that was, I believe, being cleaned by part-timers.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from council members? Gentlemen, I have a few questions, and one in response to Mr. Stevens' question. Actually, the janitorial position was already eliminated in the last budget. Okay. But in addition to that, do you know how long they've been in business?
They've been in business since 2002.
Okay, the only reason why I asked is because, and maybe I misunderstood your comment, pardon me. When you were speaking with Ms. Vogt, you said something to the effect that this allows them to purchase equipment, hire people to do the work.
New equipment for this facility. This is a big facility. There's some stuff that they'll probably have to buy. They have equipment, but there may be a few pieces of machinery they have to buy, and they would dedicate it to our facility.
Okay.
Our facilities. We have the Owen Jacks Rec Center. We just finished the gymnasium floor there, so they're going to need a scrubber over there. They're going to have a scrubber here. There's things that they're, going to need obviously to handle our contract.
Okay, and now, in addition to that, when you said you did all the research and whatever, and I take you on your word, did it come to your attention at all that the business is located in a residential home?
No, I have the owner here, though, if you'd like to speak to him.
Sure. The owner's here?
Yeah. This is Mandi Rakai.
Good evening. Thank you for being here.
No problem, thank you. My name is Mondirak. I am the president of Dual Cleaning Corporation.
I appreciate you being here, and I was just concerned, in the city of Warren, we have an ordinance where commercial businesses aren't to operate out of residential properties. Is that something that you know of being an issue in Macomb?
Well, we currently do business from our home office, which is in Macomb.
Right.
We're looking to open a building very, very soon.
Okay, well, in that case, I hope you'll consider Warren.
Yes, thank you.
I was just curious in the fact that, you know, just doing some research on the property, that it came up as a residential property, and being the size of the contract, I mean, we're looking at $392,000 just from the city of Warren, and it looks like you've got some great credentials with Novi and the public library and everywhere else where I didn't know what kind of business, you know, how long you'd been established, I guess.
We've been established since 2002.
Okay.
And we currently hold a $500,000 contract in Washington County, around $110,000 per year in the city of Novi.
Okay, and do you have any estimate on how much equipment you're going to have to purchase in order to be awarded this contract?
We already have all the equipment ready in our storage.
Okay. Where do you store that at?
And
You don't have to give me an address, but just a general location.
Okay, Utica.
Utica, okay. All right, thank you, I appreciate your time.
No problem.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair,
Mr. Liss?
I just think that, just a note, I think you can run a business out of your home so long as there's no adverse impact and you're not bringing in more people. So if you're on the phone telling your people where to go work, I think that's fine.
Sure. Okay. Any other comments from council members? I'll go ahead and call the question. Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
No.
Camp, yes. The motion passed, 8-1. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
19K, consideration and adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor and clerk to approve an addendum to the fiscal year 2011 municipal and community credit contract between the city of Warren and SMART.
I'll move to approve.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Liss, support by Mr. Bacamino. Any discussion? Give me 1 second. I thought I had a question on this. No, I don't. Okay. With that, I'll go ahead and call the question. Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
19L, consideration and adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor and the clerk to approve, authorize the mayor and the clerk to approve an addendum to the Specialized Service Operating Assistant Program third-party contract between the City of Warren and SMART for the period October 1, 2010 to September 30th, 2011.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Bacamino,
Support.
support by Mr. Liss. Any discussion?
Briefly, Madam Chair,
Mr. Green?
this is for last year?
This is the one that had the, wasn't that a mistake?
October
That's not the one I
2010 to
corrected.
2011?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that was my question as well.
right.
Henry?
Although it says on the agenda for consideration on October 11, 2011,
Right.
on our cover letter, but the dates listed talk about last year. Did Mr.
Bowman.
Bowman go home?
Mr. Hartley, do you have any information on this?
He's going to find Mr. Bowman.
It's an addendum.
But shouldn't it have at least,
It's not a new one, it's last year.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Green, do you mind if I acknowledge Ms. Vogt?
I'm done.
Ms. Vogt?
It's just an addendum. They're modifying last year's contract to apparently account for a new boss.
Right.
So, that was already provided at no additional charge. But it's not a new contract.
Okay, if majority is comfortable with that, any other comments? Go ahead and call the question, Mr. Bacchio.
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes?
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Camp, no. The item passed 8-1.
Item 19M, this was on the consent agenda 4O. Request of the Division of Public Works for the award of bid ITB-W-8466 standby services for emergency snow removal for the 2011-2012 winter season for all three companies submitting bids in the amount listed on the bids tabulation sheets.
Motion to approve for discussion purposes.
Motion by Ms. Vogt.
Support.
Support by Mr. Green. Members of council, I ask that this item be removed from the consent agenda, and primarily just for the reason that I had a concern on the very bottom of the tabulation bid sheet. It talks about Note 1, Note 2, and Note 3. United Landscape can mobilize within 1 hour end of snowfall. United Landscape states that if awarded, will obtain proper licenses. Florence Cement Company says they can mobilize in an hour and that they have all necessary licenses. And Carter's Lawn Service says if awarded, will obtain proper licenses. And my concern is what licenses are they referring to in regards to this contract? I don't know if it's a CDL operation license. Is it a license or permit to operate from the city? And I don't know if there's anybody here that could answer that question. But that was my concern.
Let's table.
Yep. Oh, Ben said.
Oh, sorry, didn't see you there, Mr. Neighbors. The screen kind of blocks
Yeah,
things.
I'm not sure I can answer that. I honestly don't know what license is required. I don't believe that was even anything in the bid, but there must be something. Mr. Treppa could probably answer that question. I could find out. Was there just the one that didn't have the proper license?
Well, it's two of them.
There's two of them?
It's United Landscape and it's Carter Lawn Service. And this might just simply be a formality, but I'd feel more comfortable going to award them as a backup contract, knowing that they have the licenses.
I agree. I don't know what they would be speaking of, but yeah, we can find out, and we should still be fine with timelines.
Okay, and while I have you here, just out of curiosity, looking at the different bidders, for example, on the road grader, I realize you don't have this in front of you, so I apologize, but
Right.
it says road grader, Carter's Lawn Service, hourly rate $23.75, Florence Cement Company, $185.
Yeah, I noticed.
Now, mind you, that might be for two, because it says inventory is two, but I don't know if, it says hourly rate, so I'm assuming that's just an hourly rate for one.
Yeah.
That's a huge difference.
Yes, it is. I don't, like I said, that's why we kind of changed last year as far as awarding it to all of them and kind of using it like a cafeteria style, and I broke it up with different pieces of equipment depending on the type of storm. But most of these people, if we don't give them retainer money, which we never do, you call them, they're usually not available because they're already fighting another storm by the time we realize we need some assistance. So I end up going through all of them anyway. So that's kind of why. But yeah, I noticed that too, that price, it doesn't, I don't know how anyone could offer a piece of equipment that size with an operator for that type of money. So,
Well, and I want you to know, I support having the backup. It's not that I have a problem with us,
Correct.
pursuing this route. It's just that I mean, and it's interesting because, all right, on that one, it was, say Carter was the low one. And then, but on the gravel train semi-truck, it's Florence that's half the price of United. I mean, like, each one of them seems to have their niche area where they're really low, $14.75 versus $75.
right.
From another company.
I question that on a lot of the bids, like you say, when they come back. It's kind of a mix and match, and some of it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but.
Okay, I won't belabor it, but I'm not, if it's not tabled, then I'm not going to vote in favor of it because I would like to know what licenses we're talking about.
Madam Chair.
I'm curious myself too, so.
Thank you.
If you're finished, I'll make a
Yes.
motion to table till we get all the questions answered. Can we table this to first meeting in November?
Support.
Motion to
You're not
table by
getting
Ms.
off the hook
Vogt.
that easy, no.
Support for 2
Motion to
weeks.
table by Ms. Vogt, support to table by Ms. Comartin. Ms. Vogt.
Yes to table.
Ms. Comartin.
Yes to table.
Mr. Bacamino.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
No.
Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed 8-1. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Next agenda item is audience participation.
Okay. Our first speaker is Dick Furman. Okay, it's the community clock thing. Our next speaker is Tony Police. Good evening.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, yes.
Tony Priest, 8520 Darlene. Made some notes on it. I should be within the 3 or 5 minutes anyhow. The libraries. Is it what I've heard that they're going to open a library on a Sunday? Is that what we passed that millage for a Sunday when? Not right. Computers, I didn't hear it. How many computers were they buying for that money? Somebody can holler out the answer. What the hell?
47.
Thank you. On the Owen Jacks Park, I'm not discounting what Mr. Stevens or Mr. Bowman heard from people. He probably heard it, but I contacted and went through there, talked with at least 20 different people, some with families, some without. They don't like the idea of it being so close to the park, to the 9 Mile. That's the biggest complaint they had. But they felt that that money could have been used at another place for a park. If you got that many people telling you they like it, that's fine. Most of my people that I talked to did not like the idea of it being so close to 9 Mile. And one of them was a little kid, too. How long is the guarantee or the warranty on the LED lights that we have? Seems like a very long time to get the money starts coming back. The figures look kind of low to me. I just wondering how long the warranty was. Excuse me. We're going to appoint RFP person to the committee to do something for the 37th District Court. We're going to put some security things in there at how much money, fix the roof at how much money, and come and still have the same problems, except for the leaky roof, still have the same problems that we've had. All that security system is going to do for you is show you pictures of the people that might be doing something wrong. It's not going to stop them. Just not going to stop them. If you've been in that courthouse, I went purposely one time to go there just to see if everything that's being said about it is actual truth or whatever. Because when they had the council meetings over there, it was awful tight then when they just had the council meetings. But when you go there and there's a court, a full court system going on, you're pretty elbow to elbow with people, and some of them people are criminals that are going in there for trial. It's not nice. We're going to have somebody get hurt, then maybe they'll understand. Now, I know it's a lot of money to build a new courthouse, no question, but they always seem to find money to do this and do that. I truly believe Judge Shimura is a very intelligent, honest man, and if he thinks that that's what needs to be done, then that's, I have to agree with him. When you have audience not audience participation, but the public, where the public can talk on something, they should not be talking on anything except what the item is. The young lady, and I don't have nothing against her about anything that she's trying to do, but when we were talking about changing the time for audience from beginning to end to beginning, she strayed way off of that, as far as I'm concerned. And people are warned, get out and vote. Vote for who you want to, but get out and vote.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sharon Schmidt. Good morning.
Good morning. The name is Sharon Schmidt, and it was really funny, but I hope everybody heard the sound back there. And it's funny because I wanted to talk about our technology, and it was a little annoying, so when you send the back, maybe you guys were back further, so you probably didn't hear the sound, and if it did, it was irritating. But anyways, our technology is here. Whether we like it or not, we're going to live with it. It's like our laws. Laws are written for you or against you, and they can be very reasonable. So what is our technology is going to teach us? Maybe it's going to help cut down, save energy. Maybe cut down on jobs so that people can stay home, find other jobs to work. Whatever's going to come out of our technology, it's going to help make our lives convenient when they work right, right? If they don't work right and we don't get the power of electricity, and I love DT, and DT is going to go global, and what I mean by that is they have a commodity, electricity, that everything needs to be run by. Our lights, we talked about that. Now, when we get grant money, can we ever say no to grant money? Because it seems like all this grant money is coming in, and that's pushing the cost to do things. Without the grant money and matching funds, we don't get a job done. So I just take the basics. I love the word logistics, because when you can take the logistics of seeing how things all work, if we didn't have the grant money to come in, would we have these projects? Would they be done? I don't think so. So it's money, cost, and when you guys vote and say yes, because we have the money, everybody chips in, good idea. Well, it might sound good, but when you have to go do the work and everything, we have troubleshooting, we have problems. Oh, it's going to cost us more money. Where are we going to get it from? So we don't look at why are we spending more money with what we don't have. Let's start staying within a budget. If it's not within the budget, then don't do the project. What happened to common sense? We seem to be passing to our children, spending their money, and our children's going to be stuck paying the bills because we're spending more of it. What happened that if we don't live in our homes and have a budget, our homes get taken away. We can't afford it. Our mortgages, we have problems. So the little people get things taken away. But big corporations or that find other ways to get around the problem. Banks get their money, they get bailed out. Are people going to get bailed out when they don't have money? So who helps who? So it all goes back to, I call the consumer. If you don't buy some of this stuff and they're not a demand, they won't make it. Geez, that kind of makes pretty good sense. So maybe our technology that we put out there, we're addicted to it. We have to have it. How much TV? I mean, I just look at everything and saying there has to be a balance. Too much of one thing is no good. So where's the balance of too much technology? And anyways, the lighting. It's interesting, when you have light on 24/7, it affects everybody. When you go to sleep, if light's coming in around in the area, they don't get dimmed and turned on, they're going to stay at the same pace. It's going to affect the plants, it's going to affect the whole planet because we're all lit up. Mother Nature had it right. The sun comes up, we need light and we need dark. We need a balance, and nobody's thinking of the balance in life. If we don't get enough sleep for ourselves, our technical body shuts down. We can't function, we can't think, we can't perform our jobs. So maybe what I'm trying to say here is, can we put some common sense back into how to run things? And maybe make simple little rules saying, if we don't have enough money, we go over the budget, then who's going to be responsible to pay for it? Where are we going to come up? And I love some of the questions that come up. Well, I just see you taking funds from one place, shifting it to another place, and you just redistributing the money, taking it funds out of here and there, and you just move it all around. So I'm like going, geez, this is affecting everybody. It all goes back to cost money, and I always thought the law of economy says, hey, work within your means, your budget. Go over it, there's consequences. So what's the consequences that we have when we overspend? And even our rules. We have rules, we break them, we don't follow them, there's consequences. We get away with so much, and when we get caught, we'll get caught. So maybe our technology is used for us or against us. I think the lighting that's going to be there, we're going to have cameras watching people at night, trying to catch all the criminals. Yes, there's good and bad things, but again, our health, how much of this is going to affect our health, our body, our mind? So again, everything is in balance. And if we go and look at nature, by the way, all of this technology is based upon study of animals, ants, plants. So all our dreams, everything that we do in life, our technology is an extension of who and what we are. So if our technology is not working right, it's going to reflect upon us.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Okay.
I apologize.
I know.
Our buzzer is broken on the time limit, but I just
right.
need you to conclude.
So again, I just be aware that our technology can be for us and against us. And again, we have to say to ourselves how much it's going to cost, because the deficit is out of hand. It's a worldwide problem for everyone, and even goes down to the very small individual like us.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Pasternak. Good morning.
Good morning. How y'all doing today? Lovely. Hey, we're paying attention. Just went through some paperwork the other day when I saw the agenda and found it extremely interesting that I had some paperwork on the park, the nice beautiful park on 9 Mile that still doesn't have a name. I think it's going to get named after the mayor, hopefully. But the interesting thing I found on there is everything that was in that change order was listed in the list of what needs to be done to the park right here. Anyone bother to go look at it? No, don't care. It's a change order. Let's approve it. It's someone's brother-in-law, I do believe. But what's more important about it, or more interesting, is how could a company not understand when they're putting up a pavilion prior to, when they're doing a bid on it, that the footings are going to be wrong? And they don't decide on it until after they bid on the contract and realize, oh, wait, we can get more money. Let's tell them, oh, we need a change order now. Funny part is, the pavilion's up. Never saw the fence around the dirt pile as kids are climbing on it. Could have got trapped and rolled underneath the dirt. Could have happened. Didn't happen, luckily, because that pile of dirt was sitting there for almost a month and a half. But did Bacamino go by there? No, he doesn't care about us in District 5, does he? Do you live in District 5? Just a simple question, because I heard you moved out. It's kind of interesting. But besides that, this election is going to be very interesting to see what happens in November. We got a couple of people that are on the ballot that probably shouldn't be because of different reasons, either not living in the district, not knowing their age, whatever it is. I had something else to say and I completely forgot. But I hope the mayor, oh, that's what it was. The mayor went to school over in England. And he went to a school supposedly, and he stated this in one of his speeches he recently gave, about how wonderful the schools over in London are. And he mentioned Bedford College was the college he attended. Well, the years he would have attended there would have been around 63 to 65, I believe. It was an all-women's school at that time.
Our next speaker, Darlene or Robert Smith. Okay, I don't see them. Denise Albrecht. Janet Spinor? Dennis Knapp. I think these are all about the house on Cunningham. Richard Kaufman. James McDaniel.
I think that was for vacation.
Yeah. Had to fill it out.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do anybody up there know what this is? This is a ring that they put on busted fire hydrants. The south end, I found out there's 12 busted fire hydrants within the 6 square miles. I live in the oldest part of Warren. All those houses down there are kindling. We have a spark, and the house will go up like a matchstick. Our esteemed mayor, Mr. Fultz, I call him Mr. Fultz now because he's falsified every document he ever had for the city of Warren, from his driver's license to his birth certificate. Mr. Fultz asked us for $32 million for the next 5 years to fix our roads. That's all well and good. Why don't you fix the infrastructure first, our water and our sewer? Because those roads ain't going to be a dang bit of good if you take a fire truck down to go put out a fire and we ain't got water there because our fire hydrants are busted because our infrastructure's gone. And on top of that, we're going to have to bust up the brand new concrete that Mr. Fultz keeps asking for. What good is that? Now we're going to have tar patches all through the brand new concrete that he just asked for $32 million to put in. What are you people thinking? This came from the fire hydrant at the end of my street that's been sitting there for 2 years. Not even 5 houses down from mine. Now, I got to worry about this because if that house catches on fire, I'm going to have to explain to my insurance company how this city that I've been paying a lot of taxes to couldn't get bothered to come down and fix a fire hydrant. And maybe my insurance company can come down here and sue y'all. How's that sound? Mr. Bacamino. Oh yeah, I wasn't going to let you get away with this. I heard about a little incident where some paperwork got popped on everybody's door in the South End about Mr. Peters. Those charges were not supposed to be brought up because those charges are false and misleading. However, what isn't false and misleading is I seen you get up just a little bit ago and shake this gentleman right behind me's hand. You were smiling and giddy. This gentleman has more of a record than you do, sir. This gentleman back here has assault and battery, how many, 6 times?
Mr. McDaniel, I'm sorry, I don't know where you're going with this, but
Okay, I get you. But the thing is, Mr. Bacamino, is this guy going to be your new chauffeur in the South End and not do anything for us? Is this your new friend? Or is he just feeding you the information to go after a real good councilman that's going to do something for the South End in District 5? Unlike you, sir, who won't do a dang bit of good except sit up there and
this Mr. Faust, tell you what to do.
that's not good for us in the South End, where we need the most help we can. Not somebody's dictated to on what to do. If you want to take a look at this gentleman's record, it's right here. Came off the Warren website. So, yeah, please do. We always like to hear from a criminal. However, I hope and pray that you guys take this in consideration, because the people that pay your wages would like these fixed before the South End burns. There's 2 fire hydrants in the South End that are not even 100 feet from each other to have these exact things on them. My neighbors asked me to come down here and talk to y'all about this tonight. So instead of taking the $32 million and fixing our roads, fix our infrastructure, our water lines and our sewers, that those dang brand new big garbage trucks have been crushing for the past 3 years. I hear the ding-a-ling over there, just like the mayor we got. But Mr. Fultz needs to stop falsifying his records and start doing what he says he's going to do for the citizens. Maybe we can get something good done in the South End instead of messing with us all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Ty. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, first, since I was basically slandered, I'd like to just say I do have an assault that is 12, 13 years old when I was 17 years old. I paid my consequences for that. I did my time. As you get older, you learn from your mistakes, which I did. Whatever other things he's talking about, I don't know. And with Mr. Bacamino coming to shake my hand, it's because I contacted his office. And I gave some paperwork, sent it to them, and I think the citizens of Warren need to know too. It's public record. It's on Macomb County Circuit Court docket that Mr. Peters, the average Joe, as he likes to say, is building his campaign on honesty, the truth. Well, he didn't want you guys to know the truth, that he did have 2 felony criminal charges of embezzlement, even though if they were pleaded down to a misdemeanor. Now, that is the paperwork that I do have. Take it from a criminal, whatever. You guys, everyone knows how to use the computer. Get on, check it out yourself. Citizens of Warren, I urge you to do so. And besides, where I'm going with this is that you can't be out here campaigning on false terms. If you're about the citizens of Warren, tell them the truth. Don't sit there and act like you're this average Joe that does things so right. The state of Michigan, on the 18 months that his daughter lost their kids, the state of Michigan would not let them.
Wait a minute. You're going into areas beyond the candidate.
Well, okay. All right.
With your help, I was interrupting him and asking him to refrain.
All right. My thing of that is that he's lying. He has criminal charges. He has an assault or whatever it is on his daughter when she was a juvenile. It's all public record.
Okay. Let's go.
It's not no person. It's all public record. How is not? How is not? People need to know the truth, so the truth is being brought there. You don't want to hear the truth.
Members of audience, he has the floor. I'm going to ask him to stick to the issue. If he wants to speak in favor of a candidate, he has that right to do that. Exactly. Not the family.
I'm not attacking no family. All I'm saying is citizens of Warren, people of Warren, go on the computer, the Macomb County Circuit docket, look it up yourself, Joe Peters Jr., that will explain it all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacqueline Rollins.
Yeah, I know it's okay with you. You're a white
Good morning.
Good morning. I am not a criminal.
I'm actually technically an officer of the court. I'm licensed by the state of Michigan. I'm an insurance agent. I'm appointed to all 83 counties of Michigan's circuit court as an authorized bail agent. Jason is my brother, and the reason I am here also is because I don't agree that someone can stand on a soapbox and say, I'm the average Joe, and I'm Mr. Honesty, and go with me, and I'm gonna make change, and that's his whole campaign. This man has a very checkered past himself. Those all public record, and the reason I am here is because Mr. Peters will do whatever it takes to twist facts to get what he wants. He'll lie, he'll have his people that are here to support him, you know, they're all scurrying around when they see us sitting in the audience. Why are you so worried? You know, they're going around, my brother's a woman beater, my brother's this. This isn't about my brother, and this isn't about Stephanie. We're here about a candidate and about their history. I have a document dated here from the Centerline Public Schools, September 1st, 2011. It is an affidavit.
Excuse me.
It's
Look,
an
I'm
affidavit
not
signed by Joe Peters
This-
stating he lives
I understand
outside
that.
of District 5.
Okay, I understand that, but you know what?
This isn't slander.
This is a city council meeting. We should not be campaigning in this regard. If you have, you know, obviously you've come up to endorse Mr. Bacamino. If you want to make that statement, that's fine. It just comes down to the fact that I don't have the documents that you guys are talking about. I don't know anybody's
like to see
individual
it?
criminal. I'm just saying, we
Right.
don't have that purview. And being that we don't have that purview, I cannot put the city at risk of a slander or a liability suit on either party because you have opposing views. So I'm going to ask you to just stick to the point of you're in favor of Mr. Bacamino or you're against Mr. Peters, whatever, but let's not get into those personal details.
Okay. I can appreciate that. This is not slander. This is black and white. This is notarized. It's an affidavit notarized and signed by Mr. Peters. I have turned it over to the Civic Center office, and I also have turned it over to Mr. Bacamino for his attorneys for their review. I just feel that the voters should know. Obviously, I'm conscious. I work in an office with a lot of attorneys, and I've been advised. You know, I know.
This woman has the floor, people, please.
Hey, I know that I can't come up here and slander anyone, and I'm not up here to slander anyone. I have black and white documents that are notarized. So it's not irrelevant. You cannot state that you live at an address outside of your
Members
district.
of audience, please stop interrupting the speaker. She has refrained herself and kept the point to the fact that she has a notarized document, period. Okay, so please stop interrupting her and allow her to speak.
Okay, so I have turned it over to several offices, and I will also turn it over to the Macomb Daily. I just feel that, you know, I grew up in District 5. My parents still live in District 5. I have a young son. My parents watch him. You know, I'm a part of that community, even though I live outside of there. I spend a lot of time down here, and I don't think that it's appropriate for somebody to base a campaign on honesty and how great that they are, and to have, you know, his supporters bully us when we have our First Amendment rights of free speech. I'm allowed to stand up here and say what I have to say, just like they can stand up here and say what they have to say. My brother has nothing to do with this. These are legit documents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maury Daniels. Good morning.
Good morning, council members. Heggers one to hear. That's the only good point we got. I got this flyer, and you guys all know where it came from. That's from Mr. Faust's goon squad. This flyer here is so full of lies, it's pathetic. This is printed out. There isn't the truth in it. To begin with, this whole campaign around here has been lies. I was told that Ms. Boat was going to run a mean, dirty campaign. Hell, she's running a clean campaign. He's out stealing all her signs. I don't know why your husband don't go shoot him. Faust couldn't run a straight campaign if he's in a stack of Bibles. Here we go, 23 cents a day. I'm going to pour all the streets in the city of Warren per house. You know, and if you don't like it, now if you don't like it, understand, council, you have two choices. This man is giving you choice. Give me two choices. He's an animal man. If you don't like my choice one, I'll stick you with choice two. He hasn't been elected yet. He has not been elected. Maybe the voters of Warren will wake up and read this trash for what it is. For 21 cents or 25 cents, you can't buy the base material to pave the streets of Warren. Warren can't pave 5 miles of road in a year and get it right without tearing it up 3 and 4 times. 13 miles is still being tore up on a second year. How about the approach from 13 Mile on the Lund? We don't have a street. It's gone. You just paved it. It was paved wrong mix. What is a mix design approved? You guys don't have one. Why? You don't go into a major program like this without approved mix designs. You don't. Lund, 14 to 16 inches between the base and the bottom of the concrete. We have a fire and a pumper goes in and loaded. He's going down. He won't get the fire. But does somebody stick a rule down through the stupid holes they drilled and left to see where the bottom of the base is and the bottom of the concrete is, that void? It will not carry a loaded fire truck, a pumper. It won't do it. Does Mr. Faust worry about that? No, he doesn't worry about that. It's goon squads go and put this out. And Mr. Faust, if your goon squad still wants to throw me off the 3rd floor, set the time and date, I'll be there. And both of your goon squads. I resigned under duress, and I didn't sue the hell out of you, what I should have done. And this piece of paving all the streets in Warren, Mr. Faust, you don't have the people and the staff in Warren to do a project like this. Don't even think about it, because you will not finish it. We need help in Warren bad. And the only choice that we got is the running party against Mr. Faust. Mr. Faust, why don't you just pack your suitcase and get? This little weasel you got running around there, you should be embarrassed for that, having that man interrupting the council meeting. I'm sorry about it, but ladies and gentlemen, this is the biggest piece of trash that you will ever see or read in your life. It is trash from the tusk of Mr. Faust. They got a nice Margaret Street address. We all know who lives on Margaret Street. I'm sorry, I was never so upset when I read this piece of garbage. By the way, Mr. Posen has this. It's on his desk. We had a hell of a good laugh for about a half hour over it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pauline Holton. Good morning.
Hi. Whoa, it's late. Pauline Holton, Shelby Township. I'm outraged. I'm in disbelief, all you guys. No smart meter talk. We should be talking about this. There should be something done. I'm upset. There's nothing talking about it. These people should know. Where's the resolution at least? It's a Band-Aid. You could at least do that. You won't do the ordinance, you won't do the moratorium, but doggone, at least do the resolution, please, I beg you. I understand that, but we have to do this. We have to show the MPSC that we're going to do something in this city and all these other cities. We have to get them around the neck. We have to do this. Costs, health, safety, privacy. These are issues. And there is a lot of health issues that we do have to be concerned. You need to be concerned for your people here. It is an issue. It's not a laughing matter. This is an important issue. We travel all over and talk to people about it. You would not believe the stories. It is a health issue, Mr. Liss. It is. Look into it. It is. There's a lot of issues that need to be addressed. A resolution would be great, but it's a Band-Aid. We need to go further. But that's a start. Please help the people in Warren. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Holton.
Good evening. Can I get somebody to operate this for me?
Good evening. If we can have someone from communications turn on the overhead, please. While we wait for that, I just want to make an announcement. I had about 4 people submit a piece of paper or a request to speak, and each one of them wanted to be last. So I apologize. I will keep you at the end of the list, but I don't know who will actually be last at the moment.
Take them as they come.
Exactly.
Brighter.
104 coming up.
You got that? That's okay. I think they can read, as long as they can read that. That looks good. Thank you. John Holton, 2392 Barclay Avenue, Shelby Township, Michigan. You know, the politics is killing us. The politicians are killing us. You guys, we're back to the representation and protecting us, okay? It's really hard. We keep coming back here. Why don't you do a simple resolution on the smart meters? As you can see by what I gave you, the International Association for Firefighters, 298,000 firefighters are protesting the EMF and RF of cell towers. 298,000 of your good, reliable heroes, your dedicated men that serve and protect you, risk their lives. You can go to my website, w4ar.com, on the smart meter page. I posted their website there. It's a little button, click on it. And you can read about the dangers. That there's just like all the other material I've handed you. But their website says the same thing about the tumors, the DNA damage, all that same stuff. I'll read with the front page so that the audience on the internet can go ahead and tell what it says. So the International Association of Firefighters' position on locating cell towers, commercial wireless infrastructure on fire department facilities as adopted by its membership in August 2004 is that the IAFF oppose the use of fire stations as base stations for towers and/or antennas for the conduction of cell phone transmissions until a study with the highest scientific merit and integrity on health effects of exposure to low-intensity RF, that's radio frequencies and microwave radiation, is conducted, and it is proven that such sightings are not hazardous to health of our members. This is the AFCIO union. All your firefighters are demanding from the MPSC and the World Health Organization. They quote the World Health Organization, but the class 2B carcinogenic. The same stuff, information I gave you, okay? It's documented. Professionals. It's not just your average citizen coming here to speak to you. These are document professionals, okay, that are asking for your help. So what are you going to do? You're going to listen to us? You're going to deny that this is out there? I mean, we need you to stand up. We need you to quit being politicians and start representing the people and protecting them. It's serious business. It's sweeping across the country. More and more people are standing up and asking their politicians to start representing them and protecting them as they have promised over and over again. And I'm asking to do it one more time. I'm going to cut it short. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robin Rekoff.
Yeah, I'm back after 6 weeks. Did you miss me? Any of you council people? I didn't get any phone calls from you. I didn't get any knocks on my doors from you that you were out campaigning. Yeah, I'm a little ticked off. It's been building up for a little while. Very disappointed in our elected council members before me right now. Why, you ask? Well, what did I make that thunk for? This is 5 meetings that I have not attended. 3 general, and 2 special. These meetings add up to 130 pages. August 9th, 84 pages. I was told that there were 12 to 14 that were cut out of it. August 24th, 58 pages. September 13th, 56 pages. Plus 21 that go for the special meetings. One was 6 and one was whatever the math is. So why so many pages? Well, it's my famous shirt, excuse number 1. Large fonts that are used for these meetings. Okay? Large margins on the side, on some of the pages down at the bottom. Third one, all one-sided. I just got these yesterday. Somebody gave them to me, loaned them to me so that I could read them. I couldn't even get through 5 meetings. One I ended up on page 13, one is page 39, the 2 special ones I never read, and page number 50. That's how far I got yesterday and today, taking it with me. Who's paying for the paper? Agendas are in small fonts. We're able to read them at every one of our council meetings. Why are the minutes put in double or triple the size? I didn't go on my computer to see the comparison of the number. I don't know what it is because I'm not really computer literate. Special meetings, they were written small. They were very concise. Well, one of the things that really ticked me off is when I went to go and get these a week ago Monday, was I was told that there is now a cost to be able to get copies of the minutes. You used to be able to go up to the clerk's office or go to the city council office and ask for a copy of them. After they're approved, after a period of time for them to be printed up and stuff like that. No, this is in violation of the Public Open Meeting Act. The cost now to be charged, that I was told by somebody, is the first 10 pages $1. For 11 to 25 is 50 cents. For 26 to 65 is 25 to 65 is 25, and 66 and up 10 cents. Therefore, a meeting could potentially, of the minutes, could potentially cost me $40.15. That was doing a rough estimate on that 84-page meeting. Why are our meetings getting so long? There's more bickering between the council, not getting to the issues, spending 25, 45 minutes. Some of the pages are 7 pages on one topic. This is getting to be ridiculous. This is not transparency, and I'd like to know how to get the minutes free every time I request it. I know I heard the bell, but I'm going to make one more comment because I think I can make up for those other meetings that I haven't been able to voice myself on. Somebody in the audience made a comment that is public record, but I'd like to know why this double-page item was placed on my front door 3 to 5 o'clock in the morning. It was not a process server. Number 2, I got a flyer in the mail. It has for a mailing address the circuit court up in Mount Clemens. Since when does a court send this kind of trashy mail? You've gone beyond trashy mud. You've gone down to the gravel. Are you in such need of votes that you have to put out this kind of information that you can't do it in broad daylight? And the last one is the house-to-house, meet the people, city councilman. Yes, Mr. Bacamino, during this whole campaign time, how many times have you knocked on my door? I don't live below 9 Mile, but I'm still considered South End at 10 and Hoover. I never saw a flyer left saying you missed me, that you wanted me to have one of your yard signs. Yes, I have Joe Peters' yard sign in my yard, plus a couple of other council people. But to put out this kind of trash and say it's public information, that's one thing. But get it right. Because are the charges really what are on this piece of paper? Do you know? I was told that there was a relative that was delivering these things. What did you do? You went from house to house, that everybody that had the sign got served? Yeah, that's what happened. When I checked my neighborhood, that's what happened. We're not changing our vote. You don't need to come to my door between now and the election day. I've already voted, and I did it absentee.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dean Barry. Good morning.
Good morning. Long time. Let me see. This is Michigan.gov. Escape, juvenile facility, motor vehicle, unlawful use, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault, 6 of those concurrent. Police officer resisting and obstructing, unlawful driving away of an automobile, operating license suspended, revoked, denied. This is your campaign manager, Mr. Bacamino. He was right there. You two are of the same ilk. All you had to do was what I suggested before. You got to do it the old-fashioned way, the hard way, but it's the least expensive. You don't have to spend money to put hit pieces out on anybody. You go door to door, you earn the people's vote by telling them what you've done and what you plan on doing. That's all you ever had to do. I've mentioned this before privately, and I've said it here publicly. That's all you ever had to do. Look at the mess you're in now. Why? Because you do not listen to the voice of reason. I being one of them. That's all it took. This is a bind. You are now attached to that, to this rap sheet. And you'll notice I'm not now, nor have I ever talked about your own personal problems. I don't think it's appropriate. That's all you had to do. And all you had to do was tell people just in District 5. You didn't have to canvass the entire city no more. After all, you voted for the districts. You made sure that nobody ran against each other. You guys all had it made. It was the perfect plan. But everybody got a little bit too willy-nilly, too cocky. And to deny that you don't know anything about this, and by the way, I'm not saying you're denying it because you haven't. Absolutely, those people that went out door to door scaring the daylight out of people in the middle of the night. You know, I have talked to and banged on well over 1,000 doors in District 5. Not my district, I'm District 3. I went on behalf of Mr. Peters because we are very, very like-minded. People first. Here's the problem. Here's the solution. We're going to work together as a team, and we are going to make this place better day by day by day. Little victory by little victory by little victory. It's going to be 4 years of hard work. You've had 4 years to tell people why they should elect you. Instead, you got this, your campaign manager with him and his rap sheet. Robert, I'm not out to get you. I support this man for a number of reasons. And they're all good, they're all noble. Maybe the next time you'll listen to me. If not, maybe people like me. You might have been on this council for another 4 years, Robert, but this... By the way, good night, everybody.
Good night. Our next speaker is Karen Sprayer. Good morning.
Good morning. Some things we can remember real easy is the City of Warren rules and procedures, the bylaws. Rule 13 or 23. Each council member may place on the item under miscellaneous correspondence on the regular council agenda, providing the request for the item and accompanied with the sufficient backup material so that each council member may adequately understand and digest the proposal. This is submitted to the City Council's office by noon on Thursday before the meeting. When I submitted the petition at the council meeting, and citizens was asking the same thing I'm asking about the smart meters. In this particular case, the water meter. I still don't have identification of what the product name is, the verification of the model, the make. This information is very important when you do a project. In my opinion, it should be the first thing in the proposal. You have National Field Services, and you have the product called Aclara. Now, if Aclara sold it to National Field Services, and the city bought the product from National Field Services, somewhere along the line, I'm in the contract, because I think I'm a third party in the contract who's receiving this product. I would like to know how it works, identify the product, identify the FCC license and application so that I know what the frequency is. This should be on the book somewhere. Materials have to be somewhere. Going back to the petition, there is a controversial issue on the smart meters, but through education and through the 980 pages documentation that you guys received to be educated, we need to educate the people of the City of Warren. We should have an opt-out program. You should be fighting very hard for this because it's our constitutional rights, the Bill of Rights. How about the Michigan Constitution? You know, safe and secure in our home is a basic commodity that we should have automatically. We shouldn't have to put it in a contract. But I guess we're learning a lesson. That should be the first mandate. Why don't we make an emergency ordinance saying, let's have a safe and secure ordinance to protect the public on their health risk issues. I want to live in my home, and I don't need any products attached to the home or put into the home that's going to make me sick, whether it's going to be 1 year from now or 10 years from now. Because radiation exposure is something that we have to still study over a period of time, and this is not an experiment. The City of Warren, or I don't think any township, even the states, all the countries, should not be an experiment on radiation that we don't have no control over, but because the big bucks from DT Energy has more money than what we have. But we should be able to vote. We should be able to be proud to say our home is our home. We need to protect it. And we have to fight for it. I guess some of us will. I'm in a pickle right now. I have been served a letter saying they would shut off my water because of this device that I feel is unsafe. I shouldn't have to prove if it's safe or not. You should prove it's safe. Where is the material safety data sheet? Where are these facts? Where is this information? I hope soon somebody on the council who can show leadership, even the mayor should show leadership. All the people that are going to be running for office should show some kind of leadership and get to the point. And let's settle this controversial before the election. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Grace. Good morning.
Don't remind me. It simply amazes me that the city of Warren has once again showed the rest of the state and country how low class we are. If you cannot run an election, Mr. School Teacher, Scott Stevens, or anyone else, without going around lambasting the people running against you in a fair fight about what you're going to do for us. Mary Camp can take credit for EMS. You can't. And yes, you are much smarter to look away from me than shake your head all the time. You're an outrage. This whole election has been an outrage. And I am getting tired, and so is everyone else, of mudslinging. You want to go mudsling? Go to a playground and go do it. Leave the citizens out of it. I don't care what anybody did 20 years ago myself, or 10 years ago. I care what you're going to do this next election. I have seen 4 years of you doing nothing over there, but being very obnoxious to people. Now tonight I listened to you, and I'm simply amazed that you honestly think we need a mini station first with the money, and you were all for it, in the south end of Warren. We've had one. You couldn't even make a police complaint there. It was a nice coffee place. It was a nice place to have meetings. And you're talking to the only person that can be fired from Neighborhood Watch because I was too political running for mayor. So obviously you don't know if you want the money to go there or if you want the money to go on this playground. You don't need to be in office if you can't figure it out. You went around with your dirty politics. Take it somewhere else. We don't need it in our city. We're tired of dirty politics. You did the same thing, Scott Stevens. You know what? We don't need it anymore. I've looked at the list, and thanks to you, Scott, we get to get St. Pierre right there on that list. I thought you wanted to get rid of him. Where did you come from for that? Trying to get rid of the politicians. Oh, that's right, you came from nowhere. You came to a meeting of mine, you sabotaged it. You went on a recorded phone conversation and told me how you didn't care about the people or what you did. We're tired of it. Now, I'm simply amazed because, you know, if a business came to us and they said they made certain plans to build a business, we would not be giving them more money. But on this park and rec, we just want to give the money away. What are you people thinking? I mean, this city needs to start running as a business. As an accountant, I don't understand at all why you want to keep giving money away that you don't have. Nobody up there wants to take away, but a few people take a cut in their pay. Our learned teacher wants to turn around in the 5th district, and he wants to get a pay raise. Yes, I do remember everything you say. Don't shake your head no. I know that's what happened. You said it. You have been rude. You've been obnoxious. You don't know whether you want money to be spent one way or another. You need to get out of office. Because you should be very happy I'm not the person you're running against, because I'd have a lawsuit against you for every dime I spent if I did not win. So why don't you just quit? You, Warner, I backed you, I backed you. I backed, wow, most of the people but Green up there. And well, no, I never backed you. I never could figure out what you did. But you know what? All I got was disappointed basically by 99% of you. And I didn't back lists, but that's just because I didn't know them well enough, or I would have. This is outrageous. This is our city election. Stop telling us about everything that you have against everyone else. Tell us what you can do for us and actually follow through. That would be a novelty. Because I guarantee you, if I get upset enough, 4 years of me is not going to be a dream because I will not be handicapped for 3.5 years. I will look for everything I can, and if I do a recall again, and I am the one that started it, I will make sure there's no Scott Stevens coming to sabotage it so that it never happens. Because St. Pierre's on that list, I remember him and Bussy going with another group trying to swindle senior citizens and me catching it. And I was told I could not use my time to talk about it. Wake up to the people who are on this list. You've done nothing to make our city better. And I don't usually say who I will vote for, but I will vote for Joe Peters because he's been honest about whatever he's done. I will vote for Cole Martin. I will vote for Mary Cam. I'm still leaving it open on the mayor's race because I figure you guys will duke it out and you'll figure it out. You know, let's try, you know, showing the rest of the country we are not the dumb idiot hicks that everybody thinks we are. Because it's not just the South End that looks bad, it's all of Warren. And we are one city. The playground, I still haven't figured out why you built it. What did you do, get a grant? Let me explain to you and everybody in the city of Warren. Grant money doesn't come for free. It comes from the citizens' money from the state and from the federal government. The last time that we turned around and we did Van Dyke, I actually called up because we started digging a sewer right after that and tore it up. You know what I was told? Don't worry about it, Grace, from the engineer. We only use cheap material. So obviously we're still using cheap material because we're still rebuilding. Now, if you run your household the way that you want to run our city, none of us are going to have homes because we can't afford the taxes. So why don't you stop sitting there with this stupid crap that you're sending out, tell us what you're going to do, and man up to that you haven't done it. We don't need you. You have done nothing but outrage us. 4 years ago, you had a problem with your wife. Then you went around and you knocked on doors. I would have you in court in a heartbeat. You better hope that somebody else isn't as mean as I am because I'm getting meaner as I go along. I'm tired of it. This is my city and I'm tired of being embarrassed. We have some quality people up there and we have some people that should just leave. Do us a favor, please. Resign from the election. Scott, the only reason you even got it because you would have lost as far as you have, and you already know it, is only because Jim is sitting there putting you on the list with the same person you claimed you wanted off. That alone for me, I'd have to quit. I hope you win, Mary. I hope you win, Cole Martin. And Kathy, I trust you to be able to take care of your own.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Henry Kristofczyk.
Madam President, members of council, City Attorney Henry Kristofczyk, longtime resident of this community. I noticed that on today's agenda, item number 21, audience, an opportunity for citizen participation. What does that mean? Does it mean we come to this microphone and you people look like a bunch of stone pillars there and just listen to somebody vibrating their vocal cords? Or do you actually let the audience participate in the government as it is suggested that they do? Tony Felice asked a question. Everybody was reluctant until a few of you answered his questions. That is citizens' participation, but you people have a different rule. Mr. Bacamino, I was shocked to learn this individual that was assassinating the character of Mr. Peters was your campaign manager. I apologize if I'm wrong. Yet these two individuals came over here, the young man and the young lady who's with them, proceeded to attack Mr. Peters. Something about a misdemeanor. How many people got a traffic ticket in their lifetime? Trespassing, arguments, those are misdemeanors. And yet, these two individuals didn't have anything to say about how Mr. Peters will run the city. Isn't that the issue, Mr. Bacamino? Instead of, assassinating each other, what do you accomplish? Mr. Bacamino, you got some issues in your past. I don't see your Mr. Peters bringing them out or somebody coming over here. And they're also documented in their circuit court. But that is not the issue. The issue is, are you fit, Mr. Peters and Mr. Bacamino, to lead District Number 5 and help the problems, and resolve the problems? Now here comes the kicker. Under this new system, there's a 5-ward. Each individual is in charge of a segment of the city. Now, these people over here, Mr. Bacamino, live in a district that you're going to represent. I find this very interesting. If you're fortunate to retain that seat, they're going to call you up, and they're going to have a problem. And they expect you to resolve it. What was it, about 15, 20? These are your constituents. And then, if you don't resolve it on a timely basis, they're going to come to this microphone, Mr. Bacamino, and they're going to blast you. Council meeting after council meeting. Now, everybody who's going to be sitting in these chairs in November are on probation for 6 months. Because at that time, Mr. Bacamino, they can get together, they need less than 2,000 signatures, and they can recall you. That's the probation after 6 months. Now, the way it's sit now, you got 9 council people, there's no accountability. You can sit there as a lump on a log like Mr. Stevens does and rubber stamp everything, in my view. Or you become accountable for your district. A whole new ballgame. You can't shirk it off and say, well, get somebody else. Or you can't use the excuse, this is my family time. Get another councilman. No, they're going to come directly to the people who are in charge of these districts. Now comes the accountability. Now comes the churning and the grinding and the sweating as these people come up to this microphone one at a time. And not only that, but I wish you people would put the audience participation in the beginning of the council meeting. So we're going to have about 1,000 people over here picking on you, Mr. Bacamino. That's what I'm saying. This is comical, trying to assassinate each other with misdemeanors and what have you. But at no time is the issue discussed. And that's the problem with this city. And I caution this to whoever the 5 members and the 2 at large. It's a whole new ball game in November. There's going to be accountability. I'm going to assure you that. It's not going to be passing the buck. You might be up every night at 11 o'clock at night answering telephones, but it's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lynette Olenichek. Good morning.
Good evening. Oh, good morning. Last time I checked, we're all human, so I suppose we're all flawed. With that said, I'm not going to attack my opponent.
I'm here actually to make it a little bit better and sprinkle some sugar on this and talk about what's important. And right now, that would be me. I've been up here 2 times talking about a rat issue and a road issue and about a mail issue I was having at my home. Thank you to City Council or whoever was listening to me those evenings, because as a result, those issues have been handled and I appreciate it. I appreciate the continued support from City Council and from the neighbors I'm meeting. As of today, I've walked about 6,000 homes and have met a lot of neighbors. I'm hoping for the continued support of the community and the City Council and the people in Warren. I'm hoping for everyone's vote on November 8th. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, City Council, for your hard work this past year.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Peters.
Morning, Council.
Good morning.
First, I want to apologize for all of this crap that's going on tonight. I want to let you know that I do run with a good crowd. They're here right now. I have about 20 of them from Stillwell that are here to support me. My name is Joe Peters. I'm running for City Council District 5. In May of 2011, I made a commitment to run for City Council in District 5. I ran on my ability to perform the duties and to serve the people of that district. I also made a commitment to those people that I would refrain from attacking any opponent. Today, I reaffirm my commitment. I believe very strongly political attacks and innuendo should not be confused with leadership. Any political opponent that lowers themselves to this form of campaigning will be eliminated from the race. The City of Warren has the smartest voters. I know I have met them. And they have figured out that leadership is about knowing that you represent every citizen, weighing both pros and cons of an issue, diligently researching options, debating them, and then making sound, informed decisions. True council leadership is allowing for and encouraging different viewpoints to be heard and considered in order to make the very best choice for the city and the citizens who call it home. On the morning of October 6, 2011, my opponent in District 5 decided to launch a political attack on me with such a magnitude that it shook the very core of what we hold so precious, our safety and security in our homes. From 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. that morning, he sent a team of 12 to 20 cars to target 243 homes with my political sign on their lawn. You do know District 5 covers Martin Road to 8 Mile and Hoover to Ryan Road. They drove down the streets in the cloak of darkness with the lights off, jumped out of their cars, and taped court documents to the front door in an attempt to smear me and sway the homeowners' vote. Morning came, and so did fear and anger. Not at the content of that document, but the fact that the homeowner had been raped of their privacy, raped of their security, and raped of their safety. Ask yourself as a citizen, how could an army of cars cover 243 homes in 4 hours and go unnoticed? This type of political attack took more than my opponent in District 5 to make this happen. All day Thursday and Friday, I received over 100 phone calls. I am proud to say that every phone call was positive and encouraging. Every voter I talked to shared the same fear and disgust that this thoughtless act left behind. They assured me I still have their vote and support. If you look through District 5, it is still red, white, and Joe. It didn't stop there. With the mail that was delivered in District 5 on Thursday and Friday, my opponent in District 5 sent out a 5x7 blue card. Again, it was another political smear tactic to sway the voters in District 5. In 2007, when I ran for the first time for City Council, I sat down with some of the most respected citizens in our community. Mike Wiechek, Dean Barry, who's here, Kyle Atkins, who is not here, and Grace Stedham, just to name a few. We discussed what had happened in my past. This happens to be the content of the political smear literature that has come out in the last week. Let me tell you what they told me. Anybody who would take the blame for somebody else's honest mistake should not hide, but hold their head high. And I hold my head high today. I established that I am the same person now that I was then, and I always will be. Loyal, a good leader, and a person of character. For those who do not know, no one can run for city council with a felony conviction on their record. I do not. I have a misdemeanor, and that is it. My card that I sent out last week, and almost everybody has it, and thank you for all of your pouring support, that I received in the past week, and my article in the Warren Weekly, stand for what I am. It says, and I believe that, no one will break the will of a united District 5. That District 5 is behind me. Again, I strongly believe that political attacks and innuendos should not be confused with leadership. I want to remind everybody in this auditorium, in this city, Robert Bacamino is my opponent in District 5.
Our next speaker is Thomas Banya.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, let's see here. First of all, I do not condone the banner going on from either side, but I'm going to disagree with the council. The council rules do not prohibit an audience member from speaking their piece. One can even come up and talk about the sex life of an earthworm. If you don't like it, change it. Someone brought up something about the districts. You guys still haven't voted for them. Why? Announcements is still on the agenda. It's not in the council rules of procedure. Someone last meeting brought up something about the lights cost a lot of money. Well, apparently we can't even afford lights because 3 of them are burnt out and they haven't been repaired for months. In terms of the road repairs, the numbers don't add up. I've said that before, I'm going to say that again. No way are those roads going to be repaired for that amount of money. Mr. Bacamino. A few meetings ago, you claimed that there was a safety risk for someone to stand on the stage. If there's a safety risk, then why are you up there? Dell Computers. I'm not exactly appreciative of the comment that was made. I'm pretty sure men can count too. See this card? It says Microsoft Certified Professional. You get it for training and learning about computers and technology. And with that knowledge, I found out that all those numbers that you guys got for the Suburban Library Cooperative are skewed. You could have saved $14,018.50, but you chose not to. The Microsoft Office licenses, you could get them directly from Microsoft because it's a library for about $20 a copy. Forgot the other thing that I was going to say, so I'm just going to move on that. The Fouts flyer that I brought up a few meetings ago. Found another one. It's got something even more on it. But we all know what's on it. Over 10,000 of them were printed, and they were paid for by taxpayer dollars. Councilman Sadowski. Changing the e-packet hours before the meeting is not transparency. I'm not saying you did it this meeting, but you've done it 2 times in the past few months. This is not transparency. brought up something about FOIAs, or not about FOIAs, but in the last meeting about FOIAs. And on September 9th, I filed a FOIA request. Or sorry, not September 9th. Yeah, no, September 9th, I filed a FOIA request. I got an extension. 1 month later, I receive a letter with another extension, which is a violation of FOIA law. FOIAs must be answered within 15 business days. Then there's another issue about overcharging. $8,300 to copy 7 files onto DVDs. $170 to burn PDF files onto a DVD of council minutes. $1,300 for the mayor's emails. I understand they have to be redacted and it costs money. But one of the FOIAs cited that there was 12 people that will be reviewing them. Do we have 12 attorneys that are qualified to review it in the city of Warren? No, we don't. And their pay scale is $27.05 an hour? And then someone brought up a few meetings ago about $10 a page. The FOIA fee schedule says $1 per page. So how do they get charged $10 per page? We have we don't have one. We want a transparent government, but we don't have one. Please give us one. We really want it, because all this political bannering and all this nonsense has to stop sooner or later. The reason people are FOIAing is because they cannot get the information, not because they're trying to slow down the process or to cause chaos and confusion, but it's to genuinely receive information that should be available to the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Wiechek. I don't know if there's any more slips out there. I only have one left.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
People of the City of Warren. I've lived in Warren for 44 years, been a councilman for 12 years, currently planning commissioner. It is our responsibility, yours and every citizen of this community, if you know something detrimental, make sure it's a fact about any office holder or candidate. It's our responsibility to reveal it. And I will be doing that at this moment. A felony warrant was issued for embezzlement for a particular candidate for council of the City of Warren presently. On March of 2002, a deposit of $5,000, in excess of $5,000, disappeared. That individual was terminated as manager of CVS at 13 and Schreiner. A pretrial hearing was held here in the City of Warren, 37th District Court, and that individual was bound over for a felony trial. To be released, he had to post a $5,000 bond. He did eventually plead guilty before Judge Coretti in Macomb County Circuit Court to a lesser included offense. Was placed on probation for a year, repeatedly drug and alcohol tested. The recommendation was that he never hold a position handling money. And he had to make restitutions of $55,000, cancel, $5,565. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a record, it's a file. It happened. Unfortunately, Mr. Peters, that was you. You were charged with a felony, embezzlement, and we, the people of the City of Warren, should not trust people who steal money from others. And you might be doing that to us. Unfortunately, you are not the only one. There are others who have served in this capacity at one time or another and who have been prosecuted. We must be mindful of honesty and be constantly aware of what our responsibilities are. And if any citizen of this community knows anything of a derogatory nature about any office holder or candidate, make sure it's a fact and please come forward and let us know. Mr. Peters, I do not trust you to be a candidate for council of the city of Warren. Thank you.
The next speaker is Joe Dabrowski.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can I get some
Members of audience, please.
Be ashamed of yourself, Mike. Be ashamed. Can I get somebody to turn on the projector here? I have a couple things that I think need to be brought to everybody's attention, including yours. The topic of conversation tonight seems to be honesty, integrity. Well, we forget to mention the fact we have 5 candidates sitting here that every single one of you lied in your campaign literature. And I have the proof right here. The first one here. I only have 2 of them. But they all took credit for voting for revenue-generating recycling program, which to a certain degree is true, but they're being very deceptive. What they fail to tell you is this program cost, and again, I have proof, I watched it today to confirm what was said, costs approximately $800,000 a year to run. It brought in $130,000. So if that isn't being deceptive to the taxpayers, you guys are some lying, cheating thieves as far as I'm concerned, because that's what that amounts to. You didn't say, I voted for something that brings in negative revenue, which is what you should have said. But if you want to watch this, it's at 22 minutes, and again at 35 minutes, it's brought up again. Live, in person, from the person who had the budget right in his hand. So that's what we call a deception. That's what we call the actual candidates. So if you want to talk about people lying, these are the people who are lying to you. And then they have the nerve to put it in print. Like we're stupid and we can't read, and we didn't pay attention at the budget meetings. That's deceptive. That's shameful. Then we get these. I find these things very disturbing, but what I really want to know is how do I go about collecting the reward for the negative campaign literature where nobody has their actual name on it? Because these have a pact on it, and I happen to know who it is, but it doesn't have anybody's name on it that says who put it out. Just because I happen to know their address and I know who it is, so I should get the reward money for both of these. It's negative campaign literature, and that's what was said. So I want the $2,000 or whatever it is. Because these both have lots of negative things in them, a lot of false things, and they don't have anybody's name. But another interesting thing, why would a PAC, a political PAC, have any interest in a road millage? I find that extremely odd. This one right here. If you look here, it says it has an address. And here, it lists the name of the PAC. Why would a PAC have any interest in a road millage if there wasn't something shady involved? I find that very disturbing also. But then I got this last one. You'll have to excuse me because I'm really riled up. But I got this last one here. And at first I found this disturbing, confusing, and the more and more I thought about it, and then I started talking to residents, I thought this is a good thing. Mayor Fouts sent out this letter talking about the candidates that he's endorsing and talking about the candidates that he's not endorsing. And then I thought about it. Why would he do that? Because there's a lot of people who are mad because there's candidates that they support and they support him, and now all of a sudden he's not supporting them. That doesn't make any sense. Well, then when I thought about it, and then I started reading it again, he's not endorsing these candidates because they don't agree 100% of the time. And they wouldn't vote for his budget. And he literally says that right in the letter. So in other words, if you don't agree with me 100% of the time, I have no use for you. Well, in my opinion, just because you didn't get endorsed by the mayor doesn't under any way whatsoever does that mean you don't deserve consideration for a vote. To me, that more proves you deserve consideration for a vote, because that equals checks and balances. Not 5, 6 people who are going to just say yes to whatever he wants. What check and balance is that? None whatsoever. I don't know about anybody else. I don't want 5 people who are going to say yes for everything the mayor wants, and 7 people for everything the mayor wants. We may as well lock the doors and turn off the lights to the city now. Thank you.
Next agenda item.
Next agenda item is 23A. Council Assistant Secretary Scott Stevens, discussion in re. Direct the city attorney to draft a resolution which will be forwarded to the Michigan House of Representatives and the Michigan State Senate to support in support of a veteran's designation on driver's license.
I'll move the resolution.
Support. Motion by Mr. List, support by Ms. Vogt. Discussion, Mr. Stevens?
Thank you very much. There are, in reading some documents, and there are several states that have already done this, and what it does, it's just a slight sign of appreciation for our veterans and our military. A lot of different businesses offer discounts and or special days of appreciation for military veterans, and unless you're retired, you don't necessarily carry a DA Form 2 or a retired military ID card like myself or something, and nobody carry, excuse me, and not many people carry around their DD Form 214s, which is a large piece of paper to substantiate that you're a veteran, an honorably discharged veteran. And so by doing this, the veteran would have something readily available to prove that and they will have to prove it, you know, in getting their driver's license, you know, have to take that documentation, but they won't have to carry that DD Form 214 around with them all the time. And they will be able to take advantage of some of these discounts and appreciations that are offered by, you know, restaurants and whatever, what have you. And that would be my objective for doing this.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Buckmeal?
Thank you. I want to thank Scott Stevens for bringing this up, because DD 214 for civilians, well, Scott, is about this big, same as a regular sheet of paper, a little bigger actually. It's a thinner paper too, and it's got all your stuff on there. It proves you're a veteran. And I know when I was in the reserves, you can go to the PX, get food cheaper at Selfridge when you're still active duty and that. But you're talking about also just at a time right now when veterans are coming home, I think it would show appreciation for them. They could pull out their driver's license, and you know, when I see a veteran in uniform, I think, you know, everybody congratulates him, thanks him. I've been to Tiger games when they bring out veterans to throw the first pitch, but this would be a way for people to pull out their license when they go to the restaurants and that. And I think most veterans are pretty humble when they're not in their uniform. They're not going to tell you they're a veteran, but I think most civilians want to honor them, especially at a time when they're serving overseas. And so I would thank you for it, and I support it. Thank you.
Any other comments from council members? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Buckamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. Item 23B, Council President Mary Camp, DTE Energy Smart Meters, and a resolution to the Michigan Public Service Commission.
As we know, a request for a moratorium was made back in April, and then we finally have gotten the response, and the response has basically been supplied from our city attorney's office with a resolution. I would like the council to consider passing this resolution at this time to the Michigan Public Service.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this resolution.
Support.
Motion by Ms. Comartin, support by Mr. Stevens.
I know we have been waiting a long time for this, Madam Chair. And to get, I know with the timely fashion, we've had people here in the audience on a regular basis in regards to this item, talking about it, and just making sure that we get this initiated in a fashion. And I don't know if we also are looking into further measures with this as far as an ordinance or anything else, but that needs to have some kind of response back on that too.
I have one purpose. I don't know if everybody's had an opportunity to read the full resolution. But if you look at item number 4, it lists in the resolution, as you about halfway through, it lists 6 points to consider. And item number 4 says the non-consensual interruption of service. It's not a major change, but I think we should actually even consider including the non-consensual interruption and/or monitoring of service. And what I mean by that, and I don't know if that maybe does it justice, but in regards to the discussions as far as the smart appliances and their ability to communicate in and out is really what I'm looking at. I realize they need to monitor your use overall as far as amount of usage, but not what the particular use is what I'm trying to differentiate between. Don't know if it's necessary, but it was a thought. But being that the residents, I don't think, have had an opportunity to look at this, this was kind of sent over last minute, I'd like to read the resolution into the record. And it's
Madam Chair. Come on. I mean, we just got this tonight, and, I mean, I'm reading
I
things right now
understand, you
that-
just got it tonight, so you don't care to have the details of what's in it?
All right, I'd make a motion to table to the
Support.
next meeting.
Motion to table by Ms. Vogt, support to table by Mr. Green. Ms. Vogt.
Yes to table.
Mr. Green.
Yes.
Ms. Comartin.
No.
Mr. Bacamino.
Yes, the table.
Mr. Warner.
No.
Mr. Stevens.
No to table.
Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Liss.
Only because I'm afraid you're going to table mine, no.
What was that?
Camp,
You're
no to
gonna
table.
you're gonna table my agenda item.
The tabling motion fails 5-4. Any other discussion from council members?
Call the question.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Next agenda item would be 23C, proposed ordinance to encourage bar patrons to call for a ride. Council member Mark Liss.
Motion to approve.
Just kidding. Thank you. Just give me 30 seconds. 'Cause I've been counting. People said they have one question, and I hear 10. May I have the floor, Madam Chair?
I've given you the floor.
Thank you. Very straightforward. Some of the details in here I don't necessarily want to see go through, but the idea is this, that pass an ordinance that makes it a civil infraction, not a misdemeanor, requesting people who sell alcohol by the glass or consumption on premises, mostly Class C licenses, to have information available for taxi services and driving services. The services that'll come, pick you up, drive you home, and then they go back in their own car, or sometimes their own motor scooter. So I'm asking the council to pass a resolution directing the city attorney's office to pass an ordinance doing those things to make it a civil infraction, not tied to liquor licensing, because I think that area is preempted by the state, and to present it at some council meeting. And just very quickly, one of the reasons that I came up with this, besides the fact that it's an important enough issue, I've prosecuted enough drunk driving cases to hear some pretty funny ones. And what happens from time to time is that police officers will see people coming out of a bar, walking to their cars, and the police officer stops them and says, "Dude, get a taxi." 20 minutes later, they're arrested because they didn't follow the advice. And I think a lot of the problem is because people simply don't have that information. That's my motion, to direct the city attorney's office to draft an ordinance making it a civil infraction, and to require that people who serve, establishments that serve alcohol for on-site consumption, provide readily available information for local taxi cabs and driving services.
Ms. Vogt, do you agree to that amendment?
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah, I support
Any other
that.
discussion?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Stevens?
I just want to make sure I heard that right, that just to readily provide that information is what you're asking for.
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
And, you know, the city has licensed taxi cab services, so the city knows which of these companies are licensed
Right.
and legitimate.
My only concern is that one establishment, I would like to make sure that all of them that are licensed in the city are listed on there, that we're not necessarily showing favoritism. That's the only thing that I was thinking about, really, so. But, yeah, it sounds good.
Okay, I'll call the question. Ms. Vogt?
Sorry?
I'm calling the question.
Yeah.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Buckamino?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. List?
Yes.
Mr. Stowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Motion adjourned.
Motion by Mr. Green to adjourn, support by Ms. Vogt. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, the meeting has adjourned at 1:42 a.m.